and he who says he can't are both legally right.
What will happen if, for some reason, we ignore somebody and lost 100% of the cerebral capacity?
100%?
Yes?
I have no idea. The first step before anybody else in the world believes it is you have to believe it. It's very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it. Period. I want to represent the idea that you really can make. I just believe that. I believe that I can create whatever I want to create. Make a choice, right? Just decide what it's going to be, who you're going to be, how you're going to do it. Just decide. If you are not making someone else's life better, then you're wasting your time.
Wow, wow, wow. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we're all here to learn and to be inspired, and inspired we shall be. My name is Prito Lorato Buka. I'm a proud Botswana from Botswana. I completed my studies in China, in Wuhan. I know, it's okay. I'm all good. I'm married in Belgium, but I now live here in the beautiful city of Dubai. I'm honored to be your MC today, and I must tell you, we have a jam-packed program, and we have plenty of gifts to give away throughout the whole event, so buckle up and don't miss a beat. So throughout the whole day, we're going to be using the hashtag Road to Success Seminar, or hashtag RTSS 2022. Let me repeat that, Road to Success Seminar, or hashtag RTSS 2022. As you'll be interacting and engaging on your various social media platforms, please use those. And I know that some of you are joining us via live on YouTube. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate, and of course for spending those coins on an investment such as this. It shows that you guys saw the value in the event. I mean, and value is exactly what we have for you. And don't worry, I'm not gonna bore you about any jokes about the weather, because everybody and their grandma knows Dubai heat, okay? It needs no special introduction. So this event is brought to us by a lady I admire so much. I call her the international dot connector. She's a journalist by profession, and she's the one and only Lady Mayowa Adigoke. And without forgetting her incredible team that worked alongside with her throughout this whole entire time, days and nights, making sure that this event sees the light of day. So let me not waste your time any further. We're going to kick off the seminar by inviting her up on stage, Lady Mayowa, to give us a welcome address.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Those who know. Those who know, they know what it has taken to be here today. And I just want to say thank you, everyone. We said no African timing, and you're here early. Thank you. So my day job is in media and journalism, as many of you would know. And when I'm off TV is when I take on the persona, the Lady Mayowa, on social media. Kind of like two different people, but still the same. So you may wonder what my business is, putting together the seminar, Road to Success seminar. Like, for Africans in the United Arab Emirates? The answer is simple. In the last 3 years of building Channels TV Nigeria, as well as my personal brand in this beautiful city of Dubai, the land of opportunity. Amen, someone? Amen. It's not that kind of gathering, but okay. I have had the privilege of interacting with everyone at every level, high, middle way, still coming up. And I've seen a gap. I've seen a gap. Has anyone seen a gap? Yeah, you've seen that gap. I've had that privilege of interacting with hundreds of Africans in this city and in this country. And I've divided everyone on two sides, the haves and the about to haves. I know, sounds weird, but manage it. Now, the haves are those who already have something to write them about. When they're here in Dubai, they're here somewhere in the UAE, they've done good for themselves. And on the other side are people like me, and maybe like you, who are still on the come up, who are still trying to build, who are still trying to level up, whether it's in business or in their career. And as a solutions person, a people lover, not a people pleaser, those who don't know. A people lover, I'm committed to building, I'm committed to solutions, and I cannot but do something. That's how I am. That's what has driven me till this day. Seeing something and not just talking about it, but doing something about it. And that's why we're here today. We're here to bridge the gap. We're here to learn. We're here to be inspired. Road to Success Seminar is my contribution, mine and of course the amazing village standing alongside myself making this happen. This is our contribution to your success in this country. So I charge you to open your heart. I charge you to open your minds. I charge you to believe that you are a candidate for success. I want you to set aside every mental barrier, anything you've heard, anything you've experienced, whatever you've been sold about the UAE. I want you to set that aside, because on this stage you will see examples that you can aspire to in some way and say, okay, if they've done it, I can do it too. I want you to just put aside everything that takes away your faith, your courage, and your determination. And of course, to my speakers, to my partners, my family, my amazing husband, Timmy, and everyone who's supported this financially, otherwise, who said, you know what, we're going to cover this, we're going to do this. I just want to say a big, big thank you for helping me birth this vision. And of course, the stage is now set. Africa, UAE is rising. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lady Mayowa. So you, ladies and gentlemen, are in for a treat today because you get to network with some of the most successful African entrepreneurs who are in the room, career professionals in the UAE who are our speakers and panelists today. And please be encouraged to move around during the break and interact with some of the people, your fellow attendees in the room. You won't regret it. I'm sure if you have a chat or two, you get something from them as well. The aim of this event is to share nuggets of wisdom on topics such as starting your business in UAE, how to build a digital money maker with Instagram, what career opportunities are really out there, how to level up, how to boss up in the UAE as a foreigner, and many more other topics that we have. Today's speakers are from various fields such as career coaching, we have wealth advisors, we have restaurant moguls, we have real estate advisors, we have fashion connoisseurs, we have recruiters, and the list goes on and on and on. So, for our first session, we're going to be learning about resetting our mindset. And to teach us more on this, I'm going to invite on stage VP HR covering the regions of Europe, Middle East, and Africa for global diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please help me welcome on stage Ms. Nina Olatoke.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. So, as the best events, while Mayowa and everyone is talking, we're trying to figure out technical issues on the start, which is an upgrade for me because usually the technical issues happen when I'm on stage. So my name's Nina Olatoke. I am Vice President HR for a company called BDP International. I look after the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. In addition, or for my sins in this life or a former life, I am also a Global Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I love Mayowa's story when she says, learn from other people's experiences. And I'll talk through that as I go through my presentation today. But the reason I got this global promotion, believe it or not, is because of a passion project that I run and I co-founded, which is the All Africa Festival. So I'm co-founder and CEO of the All Africa Festival. And my organization saw what I did with that and gave me a global promotion. Now, let me tell you how unique the new role or the additional role I have. My organization is a North American global company. For those of you that know North American companies, first of all, they never give a global DEI role to someone who's not North American because they have challenges from a North America perspective. They also don't give a global DEI role to someone who is not based in North America because they have all sorts of challenges. And they gave it to me, a Nigerian based in Dubai. So it goes to a testament and it shows to how living your true self, and as you live your true self, the right people will open those right doors for you. So with that, I'm going to start my presentation. I want to set expectations. I call this a procrastinator's quote. People always say Rome wasn't built in a day. They never say the second half. The second half is they were laying bricks every hour. So I'm going to hopefully give you a brick to build your Rome, but know that you're going to need many bricks as you go on your journey of building your city, right? And then the one thing I'm going to say is everything I share, behind everything I share today, know that I'm doing it very high level, but there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that I can't share today. So it's very high level, very summarized, and everything else. I'm sharing with you one of the nuggets that myself and actually Joe, who's here today, worked on when we started Path to Success many years ago, and we used to run these workshops. So in about 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to downsize it and give you like a quick nugget, a cheat sheet, as to how to navigate the mind. I'll skip this. So, I'm Nina Olatoke. I can never find a picture of me smiling as a child. It's crazy. I've tried. I mean, I must have been a really happy child, right? Like, this is the least frowny picture I have of myself as a child. This is what I do. But I think as you watch me today, my strengths, the thing to focus on, and I'm clicking very quickly. 24 years is the amount of years I've been with my life partner. I started with him when I was 5. But 24 years is the years we've been together. I always celebrate him because he understood and saw my potential before I even knew what Po was, let alone potential. And as you watch me today, I ran a session, I think, 2 weeks ago where I talked about these birds. So I am a parrot, eagle, dove. These are some of the cheat sheets that a lot of people have that we don't have access to. Sometimes we think that, people are behaving to us a certain way because, they feel it's some type of way, they don't like me, it's a personal thing. I tell you 9 out of 10, it's not a personal thing, it has to do with this. Right? In one moment, as a parrot, I can be colorful and very friendly and sweet to you, and you say one thing, and immediately I switch to an eagle. And sometimes people are like, oh, she's having mood swings. No, it's my birds. right? So as you watch me present today, you're going to see a few of these traits come up. I always introduce myself this way because I think it's a way of getting people to understand the depth behind personalities. So I'm taking you through mind reset. I love this quote, the mind. A beautiful servant, but a dangerous master. Our mind plays tricks on us. Our mind has an ability to tell us if we are good, if we can succeed, or if we will fail. I'm going to take you through a theory that I discovered about 12 years ago. And this has really helped as I've built my career. This is a principle that I use consistently. It's a principle that I use on the All Africa Festival because sometimes things don't look as bright as they are and you have to come above the line. It's a principle I use at work. It's a principle I use with my kids. It's a business strategy tool that I have now retooled for personal growth. What do you see when you look at this picture? What do you see when you look at this picture? Yep. A lot of us walk around exactly like this horse. A lot of us. We start our day, we go day to day really exactly like this horse. I'm going to linger on this picture a little longer because each time you tell yourself you can't do something, I want you to bring this image in your head and say, can I really not do something, or is my mind playing tricks on me? Right? A lot of times, majority of us walk around the day like this. And to be fair, for someone like me that has all the tools, has all the strategic knowledge, blah, 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 boss chick, some days I'm like this as well. I'm going to tell you about the Oz principles. How many of you have heard about the Oz principles? Focusing on the way people think and act in order to achieve results. But where did the Oz principles come from? And it's based on a theory called the culture of accountability. Nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. Every single battle starts up here. It doesn't start with what happens, it starts up here. Every single situation is either 70% lost up here or 70% won up here. The effort you actually put into achieving something, believe it or not, in most cases is less than 20%. Because whatever you have conjured in here will impact whatever you're doing to achieve that effort. So I stand here, and a lot of times when I do these things, people are like, Nina, you know, probably grew up in a rich home, da-da-da. My story is similar to some of you in this room. I grew up in a single-parent household. My mother died of cancer when I was 11. I went to live with an aunt. I was in Nigeria. It wasn't as rosy as people may believe. I went to university in Nigeria, went through what a lot of people go through from a challenge perspective. Migrated to the UK, and my first job was a cleaner. As you do, when you move to another country and you're trying to figure out what you do. I was going to university, but at the same time, I was cleaning people's houses, making people's hair. I was working in a store called Linens Direct in the UK. So I've done all those things. The first thing I did when I started was I said, you know what, if I want to integrate into a society, I have to do things differently. So I found the whitest neighborhood and one of the poshest neighborhood in the UK. It's Old Windsor, and I say it with an accent because back in the day when I used to go for interviews in the interviews in the UK, and they ask you, where do you live? And everybody's expecting me to say South London or Hackstead or Hackney or Brixton. And I go, Old Windsor. Changes the tone. The funny thing is, in my Old Windsor house, I had a mattress on the floor. chick could not, me and my husband could not afford to buy furniture when we paid off that monthly rent. But Old Windsor gave us access. Old Windsor created an assumption in people's minds that we had arrived. Well, we were still trying to find the road, let alone arrive. Right? Those are the techniques. When I realized that, you know what, companies would hire people that look like me out of a token, I said, I will be the best, most intelligent token that there ever is. So you will have no choice when I walk through that door but to hire me. I'm not going to fret over what is literally the system. I can't change the system from the outside being angry about the system. I have to get into the system. And to get into the system, I will be the best token hire you ever did. And I will outperform any other performer. You have to flip the script. I call it flipping the script. The Oz Principles teaches you how to do that really well. But where did this come from, right? Where does the Oz Principles come from? Believe it or not, this whole strategic, mind-blowing thing came from, ta-da, the Wizard of Oz. Two people that I think had a very happy evening with some happy things included came up with the Oz Principles. So you have the story of Dorothy, who always wanted to go home but had the means to go home. You had the Tin Man, who wanted a brain but had the ability to think. You had, the Scarecrow, who wanted a brain but had the ability to think. You had the Tin Man, who wanted a heart but was the most tender and emotional person throughout this story. You also had the Cowardly Lion, who was so scared but at the drop of a hat protected Dorothy. This is the Oz Principle. It's so funny that our childhood stories always have a deeper meaning to them than we actually realize. So what is the Oz Principles? It focuses on your experiences from your beliefs from your actions, and your actions drive the results. In the middle of that, and what does it mean by experiences? Am I creating experiences that reinforce my beliefs? So if I believe I am better, am I creating experiences that make me better? Do my beliefs clearly guide my daily actions? So like I said, Old Windsor. So if I wanted people to treat me differently, I needed that postcode, even though I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Will my actions help achieve my result? What I'm doing every day, where am I spending 70% of my time? And is it driving to achieve the biggest part of that result? And once you get to that point, that's where you hit the culture of accountability. But there was something missing in this for me, which was perception. Because whether we like it or not, as we perceive things in our mind's eye, it drives how we implement or do not implement any of these things. Every day we hear all these talks and all these things as to how, you need to be focused, you need to be this, you need to be that, but it starts with the mind's eye and perception. So I flipped the culture of accountability to a different version for me, which starts with perception. Am my perception driving the right experiences? And it's simple. If you walk into any room thinking, because of my race, my gender, my background, my religion, my whatever, my size, my height, if you walk into any room already thinking that, the moment you enter that room, you are that. Simple as you carry the weight of that into that room. If you walk into a room thinking, I'm the best thing since sliced bread, and I am getting this no matter what, and sliced bread has nothing on me, you walk into that room with a swagger. People see it when you come. People feel that energy. Even the way you say hi, you're not like, hi. You're like, hi. Right? You feel that energy. The perception piece is critical. So what does this mean? People talk about this change your mind, blah, 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 like it's some easy thing to do. Like you can wake up one morning and ding, my mind is changed. No, doesn't work that way. So this is a video, but I'm already short for time, so I'm gonna move past this video and I'm gonna teach you about a line. So there is a line and you can either be above that line or below the line. So what does below the line look like? And I'll share that video with Mayowa, so if she has email addresses, she can share it with you all. But the video on the line says a lot about it. When you're below the line, you see and wait. You're confused. Tell me what to do. That is a standard point. It's not my job. That one really, really ticks me off, even from a work perspective. It really ticks me off. Ignore and deny. You know what? If I don't see it, it's not there, so it's not happening. So, Finger pointing. You forget that when you do that, 3 fingers are pointing back at you, though. So who are you pointing at, really? And then cover your tail. These are behaviors that you have below the line. Then we move there above the line. So see it, own it, solve it, do it. Easier said. But what do these really look like from a practical standpoint? Well, you have ignore and deny, that's see it. Hearing the hard things to see reality. Seek feedback. Communicating openly and candidly. Gaining perspective. Cover your tail. And it's not my job. Those two go to own it. Act on the feedback that you've received. Aligning what I do to the desired result, learning from both successes and failures. People think that, I think you learn the biggest lessons from your failures. And I really don't see failures as failures. I see them as levels for transition. It's funny when you change how you see something, all of a sudden, oh, well, it's a level for transition. I do that and then I level up to the next. Wait and see, solve it. Taking the necessary risk. You have to take risk, but make sure they're the necessary ones. Actively dealing with obstacles, overcoming boundaries, and consistently asking, what else can I do? And then you move to the final one, which is the do it. Sustaining an environment of trust. I know sometimes in the world we live in today, it's difficult to do that, but always go on the premise that people are inherently good. And even when something goes wrong, always go on the premise that there must be a reason. I think we can all say we're decent human beings in here until we're put in a situation that tests otherwise, then we see our true selves. Staying above the line and not blaming others, focusing on top priorities, and doing the things I say I will do. That is really key and important. So, blockers to accountability. You find yourself saying things like, it's not my fault, there's nothing I can do about it, someone ought to have said something, all I can do is wait and see how it turns out, need someone to just tell me what to do. Or you frequently waste time and energy crafting a compelling story and reason why it is not your fault. If you spend that time and energy doing it, would be different, right? Or you repeatedly tell the same old story about how someone else took advantage of you or is to blame. And this is a powerful one because when I flipped the script, and there were times in my life, particularly growing up after my mom died, and I was like, this person was mean, this person was this person was that. But no, this person shaped me. Thank goodness for them. You view the world with a pessimistic attitude. If you notice any of these signs, immediately act to bring yourself above the line. And you have to consciously tell yourself. So even at work, people I work with, people in my friend circle, people in my social circle, as human beings, we're wired to go below the line. It's actually a default wiring. The moment something makes you feel uncomfortable, your hormones and every biological clock in your body takes you down. So actually, below the line is not something you can control. But then what you need to do is mentally acknowledge and try to bring yourself above. So I have key takeaways that I will let you take a picture of. I wouldn't talk into them because I'm already above my time. But the plan is at some point to kick off the Path to Success seminars and the Path to Success series, And we will run these sessions. Normally I run this as a 3-hour session where people do activities to take them into from below the line to above the line. So thank you for your time. And I hope to see you all again some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Nina. Get your mind right indeed. I wonder where she was when Lady Mayowa gave me this task. I almost didn't make it this morning, okay? The mind was playing tricks. So we're moving on with our second speaker of the day, who's going to be taking the conversation a little bit further on knowing yourself. He's a career coach. Please welcome Christian Romer.
Thank you very much. Do we have a microphone here that I can use as a headset by chance? Headset microphone? No? There is, perfect. If you could swap that because I have cards. Is it working? Oh, yes, it is. It is working. Good morning, everyone, from my side as well. First of all, thank you, Mayowa, for giving me the most precious gift you can give to a person, free coffee and food. No, it's time and attention. And some people of you might be sitting there thinking, is this guy in the wrong room here? Or what's happening here? No, I'm not. Mayowa actually called me the other day and she said, you know, I have an event, I have a lot of African speakers, they're all very enthusiastic and energetic. I need someone who's very serious. I need someone who's dead serious. Can you come and speak? And sure, here I am. So I want to start with a little story that connects to actually Nina's presentation, which I found very inspiring. And the story plays in ancient Greek. In the city of Athens, an old wise man was sitting at the city gate. Do we have people from Nigeria here? Raise your hand. Okay, forget about Athens, this place in Lagos. Let's take this to Lagos. All right, so in ancient Lagos, an old wise man was sitting at the city gate, and people were passing by every day. And one person asked the old wise man, hey, old wise man, how are the people in Lagos? And the old wise man says, how are the people in the town where you came from? And the man says, oh, they were horrible. They steal, they lie, they cheat. They're bad people. And the old wise man says, and so are the people in Lagos. And next day, another man walks by and asks the old wise man and says, old wise man, how are the people in Lagos? And the old wise man says, how are the people in the town where you came from? They're amazing. I love them. They were helpful. They were friendly. They were kind. And the old man says, and so are the people in Lagos. So a young boy who had been hiding behind a rock jumps out to the old man and says, hey, old man, why are you lying? Why are you lying to these people? And what does the old man say? The old man says, I will never change the way you see the world. Okay, going back to Nina, perception is everything. Okay, and now I can't refer to Lagos because he was from Greece. And today I want to keep my presentation in the words of Socrates, who said, I cannot teach you anything. I'm just here to make you think. All right, I want to do a quick test with you if you don't mind. Everyone take out something to write, please, or type it on your phone or whatever you have at hand right now. And the test is similar to actually yours as well. It's an animal test. Don't think about it too much. Be spontaneous. Whatever comes to your mind, write it down, okay? I want 3 animals from you. 1 that flies in the sky, a second one that lives on the ground, and a third one that's in the water. Okay? Spontaneously write it down, don't think about it. 3 animals, 1 in the air, 1 on the ground, 1 in the water. If you're done, raise your hand. Mayowa was the first, of course. Okay, good. Next thing we do is, just real quick, to give you an idea of what the whole thing is about, complete the following sentence. My life is a ... My life is a ... Don't write ... yeah? It's like you write down there what your life is, okay? And in the meantime, I'm going to also say thank you to my partner who is listening here online. She has been listening to these stories so often, I think her ears are bleeding by now. But she's still supporting me, so thanks, Irina. Good. Who has completed that one? My life is a. You done? Raise your hand, you're done? Okay, that's the majority. Great. All right. Now, when we look at statistics, 33% of Americans see their career as at a dead end. Now, what does that tell us? Should we all go to Tony Robbins, pay a few $1,000s, and then we unleash our potential? I went to his seminar in Dubai, no lie. I have never hugged so many strangers in my whole life. And yes, there are people, and it works for them, and that's great, you know. There's even seminars in Germany where you go to hug trees. I'm not lying, and you pay money for that. You know, yeah, you do. Maybe I should introduce this to Africa, and that's the new thing. Who cares about people? We hug trees, Whatever makes you happy. But the main question that we need to answer is actually, why are you working? Why do you do what you do? Why do you get up in the morning and hopefully say, what I do is cool? But 33% of Americans don't do that. And I don't want to know how the statistics are in the other countries, but I don't think they're much better. Now, the question is, how can that happen? Most of us have the choice every day to get up, to do what we want to do, and yet we don't do what makes us happy, right? So let's look into the question, what is motivation? What is motivation really based on? And there are 2 answers to that. Motivation is based on 2 things. Does anyone know what that is? If you know it, yell it. Almost. Mayowa, why do you do your job? Thank you. That's one. She said, I love it. That's one. Love and fear. That's it. Those are the motivating factors in your life. I'll tell you later why that's the case. So, and what does that tell me as well? You need to have a purpose or a reason why you do what you do. Right? Do you agree? Raise your hand if you agree. Okay. Now, no matter what you do, you can be working in a company. Let's take an example, Boeing. Everyone knows Boeing, right? Aircraft company. Their motto is building a legend, great people putting it together. Take Harley Davidson. What is Harley Davidson selling? Yes, as a product, but when you go on their website, what do they say? We sell your dream. They don't sell a product. That is the motivation for them. Or some of you may know the football player Raheem Sterling. Who knows Raheem Sterling? Football player. Why did he become a football player and why did he become so good? Is it for fame and money? No. What did he want to do? He wanted to buy a house for his mother. Now that is a reason. That is a reason why you do something. So I'm asking you right now, if your life is a marathon, where are you heading? Where are you going? Or, let me put it that way. If your life is a book, and the chapters of the book are the goals you have, what's the title of your book? What is your life actually about? Now, let me tell you another story. When I was 10 years old, our neighbor came to see my dad, and he rang the doorbell, and my dad came, and the neighbor asked him, "So how much longer do you have?" And I thought, my dad's sick and he's going to die or something, right? But what he meant is, how much longer do you have to work? And from that day, my perception, talking about perception of work, was negative. Because I thought, okay, good, work is something that somehow we don't enjoy, we got to do it, we have to somehow do it for 60, 70 years, I don't know, and then we retire. And if we're hopefully still healthy at that point, we can hopefully spend the money we saved in our whole life. So that's the mindset the people had at that time. And when I was 30 years old, which is already 10 years ago, I was in a similar situation where I hated my job. I lived from weekend to weekend, but I could not answer the question, which is, what do I actually want? Do you know that? Who of you here is able to tell me exactly what they want from life and exactly the reason why you're here? That is a very difficult question, isn't it? And we're going to have a look today now how you can find out a bit more about it. Just so I don't have a timer here, so just give me a heads up about time if I go too long, okay? So then I asked myself, okay, I want to become happy, I want to do what I want to do, and how do I find out about it? Let's look into media. And what does media tell us? Media tells us two things what success is. And that is, yell it, thank you, money. And what's the second? Fame, thank you, thank you. That's it. Okay, so now you may think, you've never seen me before, and I obviously don't look rich, so I'm a double loser, I guess, you know. I didn't make it, you know. We're here, we need to make money, you know. Did we fail in life, you know? Yeah, it's a key question, right? According to media, I'm nobody, right? So money is connected to happiness. According to media, money brings happiness, okay? I will tell you why this is the wrong approach. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against having money. I want to talk about why you do it. Money can never be the key driver why you do something, because you will not be successful. And that's what we're going to look into. So, and why money has such an impact on what you do, quick story about this. An old man lived in a village, and he walked down the street every day, and the kids would come and would pick on him, and they would annoy him. And the old man said, "Guys, if you come back tomorrow and annoy me again and do the same thing, I'll give each of you $1. And the kids were like, "What? Wow, we get $1 for this? Wow, that's amazing." Next day, the man comes back. The kids annoy him the same way, and he gives them $1. And what does he say? "I'm going to come back tomorrow. And tomorrow, if you do the same thing again, I'll give each of you 50 cents. And some kids were like, 50 cents? What? We got $1 yesterday. Like, they kind of weren't really convinced anymore. Some of the kids came back the next day, and he was there, and he walked down the street, and kids annoyed him, and he gave them 50 cents. And what did he say then when he left? He said nothing. And the next day, he walks down the street, and how many kids are still bothering him? None. So, do you see how money can take away the fun that you have about what you actually want to do, right? So, and just about my own story, I had a similar situation when I was younger. All my friends were studying like law or medicine or whatnot, you know, and then of course I studied law as well because it's cool, right? I want to be a lawyer, yeah. I sucked at it, that's the reality. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. So I studied Arabic and Chinese, of course, why not? If you have no friends, no hobbies, you're bored, you study something crazy, right? That's what I did, okay? And I was scared because I thought this is not going to take me anywhere somehow, but I liked it. And now I live in Dubai and I make more than my lawyer friends and my doctor friends in Germany, right? So think about this for a second. And could you assist me just real quick? We're going to run through something. Could you write something down on the board for a second? So what people mainly are looking for in life is certainty. Okay, third world country, people want to survive. They want to have food in the fridge. If they have a fridge, they want to have a roof over their head. Certainty is the first thing. Once you have certainty in your life, you want uncertainty. Now you may think, how does that work? That makes no sense. Well, nothing is true without the opposite in life. And that means uncertainty. Once you have a job, you have a house to live, you need thrill, you need action, something needs to happen. So uncertainty would be the second thing. Thank you very much. And the last one is, once you have that, we strive for significance. We want to be someone. And what most people do is they buy things they don't need with money they don't have to impress people they don't like. Sound familiar? Yeah. Okay, I got to rush through this a bit now and because of the time that we still have left. So in order to get over this, because these three categories have something in common. They are based on, does anyone know? Fear. Fear is your driver. Now, thank you. Now we need a transformation right here, okay? And that transformation comes to the next point, which is self-development. Inner growth. Living is giving. You know, 2 quick examples. Mayowa number 1. I asked Mayowa the other day, why are you doing this seminar? Okay, reason, I love bringing people together. She never said, I want to make money or I want to be popular or whatnot. No, this is her driver and here we are and this is just starting, okay? As one example. So what needs to happen in this self-development sequence is what I do with people when I work with them is basically that your ego needs to step down. You need to drop your ego. And we have an amazing example here today who did that, and that is Gift. Where's Gift sitting? Right here. Do you know Gift? She's the only female delivery driver in Dubai. And this, guys, applaud for that. This is a tough job, and no one would say that's prestigious and I don't know what, and yeah, it's not glamorous and whatnot. She did that to make a living, and I have so much respect for you for doing that, and she didn't care what anyone said. So my only question is, I'm actually have a lot more content here, but let's wrap this up a bit. The question you need to answer is to yourself, who are you? And how do you find out what you do? And I want to go back to this animal test, okay, because this is kind of one thing that tells you who you are, because we all have talents and personalities, and that shows we are who we are. So if you look at the animals you wrote down, I'll just explain that real quick now because of time. The animals you wrote down, if you have herd animals, majority, 2, 3, if you have herd animals, most likely you will not be an entrepreneur, okay? If you have non-herd animals, which I assume Joe's not going to have a lot of herd animals, no way. He's going to have a shark, a lion, and an eagle or something. Then you are more of an entrepreneur type. Herd animal, for example, sheep. Sheep's a herd animal, or you have a penguin, you know what I mean? Or, yeah, something like that. Or you have a horse maybe, or, you know. But if you have an animal that is non-herd, that means maybe there's something entrepreneurial inside of you. Maybe you're not made to work in a team. Maybe you should do something yourself, right? All right. So now, how much time do we have left, guys? 1 minute. Okay. So I want to show you just real quick how you can also find out what you want to do in your life, okay? And that requires the sound of silence. What does that mean? In the sound of silence, you go home, you sit down, you turn off your TV, you turn off your smartphone, you turn off your radio, you sit by yourself, and when you're then by yourself, you do the following thing. And that's my last thing I'm going to show you now. You write down 6 points, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the left side, you write down your key interests. When you wake up, what do you think about? What's in your head? What do you talk about all the time? If you have no idea what that is, ask your wife. She's definitely going to know it. So, this is what you write down on the left side, okay? Key things you're interested in. On the right side, you write down the 3 things that are your skills. Now, the problem is most of the time we don't know what our skills are because the things we do and enjoy, we think, oh, yeah, it's normal, everyone can do it, you know. Ask your partner. What are my 3 key skills? Am I a presenter? Am I a writer? Am I an artist? I don't know what that could be. Okay. And then you combine these. For example, in my case, I hope to be a good presenter. So that's a presentation skill here. And personal development is a key topic for me. So that's an option of what I can do in life. And now you may wonder, why is this guy standing there giving us all this content for free? Now I can do all that. I know you won't, because I didn't either. If you don't work with someone, if you don't go to seminars where people really make you reflect on life, you won't do it. And that's why I'm just giving you a few ideas of how you can find out what you want to do and who you are in life. And if you're interested in finding out more, please contact me. I will be there for that. And I just want to close this session now with one quote from my life coach who said, "You cannot win the game of life. You can only play it." Go out and play. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
So much. Who's ready to play? I swear you guys are not looking scary anymore. Okay, before we move on to the next speaker, I told you we have a lot of giveaways. So our first gift is going to the very first person who paid for this event, the very first person. That was so encouraging for Lady Mayowa for this event. And I have the name with Kemi. Kemi, can you help me with the name of that person? And we're also going to give a giveaway to the person who arrived here earlier than every one of you. The very first person who came here. We encourage punctuality, okay? We're in Dubai, no more African time. Kemi, can I have the names, please? Okay, we have Ikenem and Favor. I don't know how the I don't know who came first. I don't know who paid first. But Ikenem and Favor are the ones who are winning this gift. So you're going to be having a mini photo shoot with Eli. He's one of the photographers who is here at the end of the program. That's great, right? I told you we have plenty of gifts, and I love gifts, okay? So the next session is a panelist session. We're going to be discussing career opportunities in the UAE. How do you really get to level up? And to moderate the session and introduce our panelist is Lady Mayowa Adegoke.
Just a second. I need help with this. I think it's this way, right? But it's not gonna stick. It's the other way around. How is that supposed to be? This way? Got it. Thank you. Can I have my phone? Can't bring it down. My phone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you again. Rumi, could you please help me put an extra chair? All right, who's excited? How has it been? Good stuff? Good stuff? You come again? You pay more? Awesome. So we're having our first panel. First off, can you please give a warm applause to Pretty? Yes. Some of you know that I'm an MC myself, and I'm very finicky about how things should be done. So when you find someone who just, like she was like, it's like a whole project. I'm like, I don't even take it that serious. So thank you, Pretty. Our first panel is on career. And it's really about how to level up, right? We have different careers represented in the room. And we're just going to learn from our panelists what they did that was different. You know, my husband is the one who levels me. I'm very, yeah, let's do this. Oh my God, this idea, yeah, the world is perfect. Let's do it. I'm that kind of person. Not that I'm not a realist, but he's like super realist. He's the one that says, girl, it's not like that all the time. So he levels me. But I'm always like, regardless of any circumstance, wherever you are, in whichever country, whatever stumbling blocks that you find, if you don't stay positive, if you don't work towards progress, you're just going to stay where you are. And I'm one who doesn't like to talk about problems. I don't like going over and over like, yeah, this problem. What am I doing to fix it? That's how I am. And I hope that this next conversation will trigger something in your mind. And you might think, maybe I can do things differently. Maybe I can think differently. Okay? So can I please have, Muhammad Kabi, our first panelist. A round of applause, please. Muhammad is a branding expert. Let's also have JJ Nubi, who is business development at Stripe, Middle East. We'll have Lanre Ojo, specialist marine and onshore services, petroleum ports operations, ADNOC. Thank you. And of course, not our least, our last panelist would be Toby Familusi, manager at Shoba Realty. Please, let's keep clapping. Come on. Thank you. So I'll just go around and join these amazing gentlemen on stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here this morning. Fantastic. So as I said, it's going to be, we need mics, right? It's going to be a conversation. These are all, and I know, okay, all men. It's like, Mayowa, couldn't you find a female? I know, but it's the first one, not to worry. We'll make up the next edition, all-female panel. Yeah? Ladies, are you with me? Thank you. So we have mics. Fantastic. Can we have one more? For the audience. Okay, for questions. So it's a conversation about career, how to level up. And you guys are in like... You are in different lines. Toby is in real estate. JJ is in business development. Is it fintech or just tech or fin? Which one? Fintech. He's our branding expert on the panel, and he's in oil and gas engineering, that world. So I'll ask, why are you shy? So I'll ask just first simple question: what did you do that was different, that helped your career? What was that one thing you did that was different?
Sure. Thanks, Mayowa, for the invitation. For me, I will not talk about something that held me back. I will talk about something that I did that people wouldn't have expected. By trade, I'm a computer engineer. I came here as an IT manager, and then I was not afraid to change. And for me, I'm proud of being an engineer because I think that gave me some skills and tools, allowed me to do anything I wanted. And so in 2011, I ventured into internet marketing. And then 5 years ago, I discovered that I have a passion for building personal brands for people and helping them why they should be present online.
Fantastic. Yeah. JJ, you want to go next?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for you guys coming out. I think for me, it's actually one of the phrases that Nina presented during our presentation, and I actually took a note of it. It said, if you're not helping someone, you're not succeeding. And for me, it was just all about adding value. Forget about putting yourself in the spotlight. Once you're adding value and you become indispensable, it just attracts people to you. And for me, that's just been the beauty of it. It was just about, okay, whenever I go into something, it's a case of, how do I come in here into an existing team and not try to want to disrupt, but become the go-to guy? That if JJ is not in the office, there's an issue for that particular thing. So it's just a case of just wanting to add value. And once you do that, just pick something, start from something very minute, pick it up, become very consistent in it, right? Value without consistency is rubbish. But once you're consistent and you become reliable and you come with that value, then it just takes you to places. Yeah.
Wow, I think that's a quotable quote. Value without consistency is rubbish. Whew, that's heavy. All right, I want to stir the pot a bit. So I'm a journalist, right? So this is what we do all the time. Someone comes for an interview and they're not expecting, just pow, pow, pow. So I'll throw this at Toby. Yes. And I'm just going to address it. Let's be real. Because ultimately, if we're going to grow and be and advance, and if we're going to achieve the purpose for why we're here, we need to tell ourselves the truth. There's a perception in the African community. At least I've heard it. I don't know if you have. And some will say, oh, we're here. I'm black. I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Angola. I'm from whatever. They don't like me. I'm not going to grow. They only want people like Christian. You know, they only want people like that. Or if you're from the UK or you've heard that, right? Yeah. So we're speaking facts. Yeah. Is your passport green?
I think the last time I checked it was green.
And you're top dog at Shoba, right?
I am, absolutely.
So please, how do I marry those two things? You have this green passport that many of us maybe want to just...
Some people have red.
You know, how do you marry that? How, in regards to the question that that comment that I made, what are those two realities like? Did your green passport stop you from becoming who you are?
Well, for me, it hasn't, and I don't think it will, quite frankly, for two reasons. Number one, I do not see the opposition. So I think the first problem is the problem of vision. What you don't envision, you don't become, for sure. So I categorically have where I'm going, so I see where I'm going. So I have written down where I'm going. Then I have to take steps towards where I'm going, right? So the first problem is the problem of vision. So I can see where I'm going, so I don't see the other things. So vision creates blindness, if you understand what that is. So if you have a vision for something in particular, you're blind to other things. So I somewhat don't see the opposition. I see competition, which is part of the process, but I do not see opposition. That's the first thing. So I am kind of taken over by where I'm going, so much so that I don't see the opposition. Yeah, it is there, you know, the persecution, if I can call it that, and you've got a green passport, you're African, you're Nigerian specifically, you know.
No thanks to that guy that wears Gucci all the time.
Yeah, no offense to that guy, but, you know, there is a label, you know, because of your birth identity. But again, because I don't see those things, I, try as much as possible not to get myself carried away by those things. So which has allowed me to kind of progress from one level to another here. And the other thing, which is a function of vision, would also mean that because I don't see those things, I make sure I align myself with people, Africans who are great. You've got to have the right association, not necessarily physically, but who do you surround yourselves with? I've got to surround myself with books that talk about people who are making it amidst the turmoil and the difficulties in that area. So I try as much as possible to align myself with those people, with those visions, if I may say. So, and that gets me encouraged and that gets me going on. So vision and alignment would help you edge out and stay on top of your game here in Dubai.
Thank you. I think a good place to clap, no? Still in that line of questioning, Larry, I'm going to ask you, you have had to interact with lots of youth here, particularly Nigerians. You've had to support, please don't go and ask him after that, excuse me, sir. Anything for the boys or girls. Nigerians, you know what I mean. But I know that you had to support a lot of people. You've had to counsel a lot of people. What is missing? What are they lacking? You are a big boss at ADNOC. Just so you know the value of You're a big boss at ADNOC, and you've had to do all of these things. What is missing? What is lacking? What do you tell the guys who come to meet you?
Well, that's a very fantastic question. He has said it all. Most time we find ourselves, I speak with so many Nigerians or Africans. When they see me, what I can perceive is that when you drive a Lamborghini and the guy see you in the Lamborghini, he wants to see himself inside the Lamborghini. Immediately, just immediately. That's the African perception. I want to be like this guy. Bros, what do you do? That is how they say, what are you doing? Because they don't actually know the process, how you get to where you are. I tell people, and I find out that, okay, what is missing is like our aspiration as an African person is too high. We want to build the whole Burj Khalifa just in 1 month. We don't follow processes. As an marine engineer, I know how many qualifications I've passed through into my career. I didn't come to UAE to find a job. My job brought me into UAE and gave me all what I need. That means a different perception that someone that came to UAE, what do you want to do? I've met a guy, a friend of mine, he's an engineer, and he came to UAE and he wanted to drive the taxi driver. He wanted to become a taxi driver. And I asked him, have you try other aspects of your career? He said, I'm black. Where I work with over 400 people. I'm the only black guy when I work. And we control them. They're all under me. Not for pride, but I don't see my color. Sometimes I forget I'm a black guy. Because when you see your color, it brings you down. And like Nina said so many things about how you fly. You see yourself below the line. And when you see yourself below the line, you cannot move above the line. Because every time, because I'm black. Because I'm black. Based on that, I want to steer your mind today as Africans in UAE. I know so many things are there. So many obstacles are there. Look for the job you want. That job. Use what we call transferable skill to get that job. You can apply for a job 20 times, 3 times, 5 times, 100 times. Just keep knocking. The door will open one day. But what I've seen so far is we are not at that level. Everybody wants to get there tomorrow. I want to get this job. I want to drive the car. I want to pay this. I want to be there. At that point now, it makes you being. Sometime one day I was talking to a guy in a church. They came to meet me, and I was like, "What do you want?" He said, "I want to see you." I said, "Okay, what?" He said, "Bro, it's my job." What happens to your job? What do you do? He told me, "I work with a construction company." Fantastic. What do you do in a construction company? I just, like a floor guy, clear the construction site. Okay, what do you want? I want another job. Do you have a foreman on site? He said, a foreman is there. He's a Syrian guy. He's very wicked. I said, but the foreman guy, very wicked. Why? What do you mean? Because he will ask me to carry this block here, block here. I said, can you learn what that guy is doing? Instead of you leaving the job, can you learn what the foreman is doing? He said, no, that guy will not teach me, but you learn it. But it's not pressure, it's not actually, it's not interested to actually learn. Because the major thing, if you don't have a skill to transfer, you cannot actually you just be rolling around everywhere.
So
that's
what I hear you saying is one thing that is missing is people don't want to go through the process.
No, they don't want to go through the process.
They also lack vision to some extent.
They lack the vision. Sometimes I feel that everybody is on fast track mode. They want to get this thing done now. I want to get it done. For example, there's a process to everything. For you to become an engineer, you have to go to engineering school and follow the whole process.
Great. Let me ask Mohammed about branding and personal branding right now. we're right now in Dubai, and in this beautiful space. Dubai has a thing for beauty, and I personally love that. You walk around, you're inspired by what you see, and I think that plays a huge role in the psyche of any human being. So let's go to personal branding. So I'm this, take for instance, young person, I'm from Africa, maybe I'm still battling with some mental blockades. What do I do to better my chances from a personal branding point of view, to better my chances? And I think I'd like Toby to also, say something, but after Mohammed, what can people do to better their chances?
Sure. I think there was a word that was said earlier. It's about alignment. And being here in Dubai in the UAE, it would be great to be aligned with what's going on in Dubai and UAE. If we look online and we see where the country is going, they have a vision for 2030, 2050, and every day they announce something new. And for example, last year, they have a Dubai Chamber of Commerce. They are now divided into 3. One of them is the digital Dubai Chamber. Now, every person, if you're not present online, you're not present. And this we have learned during Corona. It was very blatant and it was very clear. Personal branding is being unique online. It's about what Kristen was touching on, why you do what you do or why you even exist. I personally believe that every person has something to offer to the world, and particularly to Dubai. And the minute we know that, the minute we know the value we bring to people, we become thought leaders. So if you're looking for a career, if you're looking to be a salesperson, if you're looking to build partnerships, if you're looking to influence people here or back home, you have to become a thought leader, not just a parrot. You're not just copying other people. You have your own thinking, you have your own ideas. It might have come from the years of you being on this earth, what you have touched on, what you have learned, the people you have met, the books you have read. Going back to something you have mentioned is, there is a great African author, his name is Frantz Fanon. In the 50s, he wrote a book called Black Skin, White Masks. And this was 70 years ago. He's from, I think, Gabon, and he died Algerian because he participated in the liberation of Algeria. And in that book, he was talking about the jails we put ourselves in. And how with black or brown skin, we think we want to put a white mask to be in the world. For me, I don't want to talk about defense. I want to talk about offense. When I hear us talking, it's mostly about how to defend our position, how the others are perceiving us, how the world is blocking us, and what's stopping us. Why aren't we playing offensive? Being present online and building your personal brand, you are finally putting yourself out there. Today, going to an interview, going to any meeting, expect that the person you will be meeting will search you online. Will look for you on LinkedIn, will look for you on Google, will look for you on any social media platform. What will they find? Are you deciding what people will see about you, or are you letting the internet show what they want to show about you? So this is why I believe in the importance of personal branding. And to close on this, now we live in a world that is very distributed. It's not centralized anymore. When we are online, we represent our countries, we represent our communities, we represent our companies, we represent our families. And I believe that no matter where you are coming from, or who you are, or what's the color of your skin, you can be whoever you want to be. Because for the internet, we are all transparent. The internet doesn't care about your color, about your gender, about your nationality, about where you're connecting from, about your degree, about your beliefs. That's the power of the internet, and that's why I help people. I encourage people to be present online.
Thank you. Toby,
Thanks.
do you have anything I'm sure you have something interesting to say along those lines.
Personal branding for me is very, very important and critical. I stumbled upon, I created a kind of set rules that would allow you kind of be successful in UAE. like I think 2 years ago. I called it the casket rule, and it's actually an acronym. Casket. I mean, that thing they put people that are dead inside. You know what a casket is. You know, but it's an acronym, CASKET. I won't talk about the acronym, but I'll talk about the T, which is a total package. Listen, it's one of the most important things for you to have as a human being. If you ever see an attractive lady or an attractive guy, you want to take a second look at them. So the problem with many of us is we don't get that chance because no one is taking a second look at us. You know, if you walk into a room, someone should be able to look at you twice because of how you are perceived. And how you are perceived starts first from how you look. Let's bring it down to the simplest things. How do you look? That's the first thing. You talked about how you look online, but you are oftentimes a reflection of how you look online with how you look physically. You can't go apply for a job. Someone says, send your CV to Microsoft, and your email address is toosexytoohot@gmail.com. What's going to give you the job? Stay. Now, that's a second look my generation is interested in. My generation is not interested in the package that actually gives them that second look, which gives them a chance into the room. You know, you can have that email address for whatever, but you can't have that email address to apply for jobs. Now, that's part of online personal branding. People need to have a perception about you, about the role they're trying to hire you for, or they want you to consult for. So the total package is a big deal. You need to have it, from the way you appear to the way you speak to the way you walk. Some of you have watched Bridgerton. They learn these things. It's okay to learn it. It's not like you're adopting a fake life. No, you are learning it to be better than who you are. I always ask people who say, I'm trying to get into a relationship, and ask them, can you date yourself? If they say they cannot, then you need to work on yourself. It's the same thing that applies. If you know critically right now the way you are not fit to actually get that job that you deserve, that you think you deserve, and you know you need some extra work on yourself. Work on your online presence. Work on everything that you feel is a flaw. Now, I'm not saying you should go for perfection. I'm just saying work on it. If you get that chance, trust me, the person that really wants to give you the job would see the extent of which you've worked on. And that chance that you've gotten gives you extra time again and more opportunities to work on yourself. You can only get better. And if you don't consider being better, then you are considering being stuck. That's just the way it works.
Thank you. Because we want our panels to be very interactive. I don't want us to just speak and they listen. So there'll be time for questions in just a few seconds. JJ, you left Bloomberg to Stripe. And I want to ask this question because ultimately this is solution-driven. This entire event is solution-driven. Do we wait for things to come to us, or do we go for it? And I want you to relay that question to your journey from Bloomberg to Stripe.
Yeah, thank you. I think Lanwe touched on that, the concept of just keep knocking and just keep going. I'll take a few steps back, even before Bloomberg. So I started my career, I was fortunate, I studied in the UK, so I started my career at the London Stock Exchange in the UK. And even that role in itself, and I'm going to tell this story, but I just want everyone to just listen very attentively because there are a lot of nuggets to pick up. The role at the London Stock Exchange, I got it because I was headhunted. Didn't apply for it. I studied engineering. I'm electrical engineering by studies. And again, Toby mentioned it, who you surround yourself with. So I studied engineering because I grew up in Africa. I always read about the two brothers, Wilbur and Olive, that built aeroplane. Wright. The Wright brothers. And Africa is amazing because you have access to waste. Now, some people see it as waste. I see it as a playground as a young kid to go and pick up toys and understand how is this making noise? What is making this thing move? And that's where the curiosity and the passion for engineering stemmed from. And so I say all of this because then I moved to the UK, and then it was during the '08 crisis, the world was collapsing, and I was just oblivious of what was going on around me. But then I picked an interest in finance. Still studying engineering, I started to go for courses like everyone else back in the days. I know some people still do it. FX trading, you want to see something go. But then I did FX trading at university. I lost a lot of my mom's money, which was fun. Which was fun, because that's what actually got me into finance. Because I thought, hold on, this is nuts. You can't just lose £5,000 like that. What is making this happen? Why is the market moving up and down? What's going on? How can you tell me 5,000 is gone like that? So
something doesn't add up.
Something doesn't add up. And as an engineer by nature, I wanted to understand the process. And so that's how my interest into finance started. And so it was a blessing for me to lose money. And so I started to hang around the finance guys that were studying finance, even though I was studying engineering. And then there was a networking dinner where some companies were apparently coming into the university to talk about working in the finance sector. And I was like, yeah, why not? Let's go for it. Let's listen to it. Again, be open to network. That's another thing. Just your net worth is your network. Who you know is who you are. Trust me. And so I went for this dinner, and they were talking clearing and settlement and FX and options and tradings and vanilla and structured. I was like, wow, okay, there's something more than FX money up and down. So, and then I showed my interest. I said, hey, I started this FX trading. I lost a lot of money, but it's exciting. I thought, oh, this guy is nuts. Okay, let's bring him in for an interview. So I got the job, and I started working at the London Stock Exchange.
As an engineer.
As an engineer, exactly. Now, this is where I said consistency and value is very important. So when I started working at the exchange, what I was particularly interested in was Africa. And so everything I did, I was trying to find a way to bring Africa into it. And so I didn't know I was developing a brand internally within the organization, that JJ's Mr. Africa. Any project is like, oh, does it affect any market in Africa? He's always asking about Africa, right? And so I didn't know that was happening in the background. All this will tie up at the end of this long, lengthy story. I didn't know this was happening in the background. But anyways, that led me to, so I got recruited into London Stock Exchange on the graduate program, which typically you do 3 rotations in 3 different part of the business, 6 months, 6 months, 6 months, 18 months. Based on how you've performed, you go into if you do well, you get a final role, and then you become a full-time employee. As an engineer, I had no idea what I was doing, so I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to look at the way the London Stock Exchange is being built, and I love what Mo said, because he said, it was very simple, but I don't know if you guys picked it up. He said, as a person, what are you going to contribute in Dubai? Right? He said specifically in Dubai. Like, why are you here in Dubai? And so I said, okay, I'm here at the exchange. This London Stock Exchange is a very unique position. It's not an investment bank. It's not a technology company. It sits at the hub. Everything finance is linked to the exchange, right? So I thought, okay, let me look at how the exchange operates. I'm an engineer. Let me look at the 4 different businesses in the exchange and try to do a rotation in each. 4, but you're allowed to do 3. So what did I do? So when it was time for my colleagues to roll off and get a full-time job and be happy and be proud that they've got a full-time job, I went to the management and said, I want to do 1 more rotation. Because normally everybody wants to go and get a full-time role, so you get a full salary. I said, I still want to rotate and learn something. And creating opportunities, the next thing I want to talk about. The last bit of the business that I had not done was technology. The main hub for technology for London Stock Exchange then was in Sri Lanka through our company called Millennium IT. Again, we had the management of the MIT team coming to the exchange. They were having meetings, and I just slipped into this executive meeting. I had my CV prepared and just dropped it on the table prior to the meeting. I don't know why I did that, but that's what I did, right? Then someone picked up my CV and called and said, hey, we saw your CV at the ESCO meeting. Who are you? Oh, I'm a graduate. I would like to come to Sri Lanka and do a rotation. And they were like, we've not done that. Sri Lanka is Sri Lanka. Your rotations are meant to be in London, New York, Milan, and Paris. Why do you want to come to Sri Lanka? So I want to see the technology side of things. I was like, okay. Till today, I'm the only graduate that I know that's done a rotation in Sri Lanka. Why? Because when I went to Sri Lanka, I had a great time. I was getting paid in pounds. It caused a lot of issue because I was earning more than my managers. So they canceled that after that. But the point is, I went to Sri Lanka and I learned technology in that way. But again, I didn't know what I was developing. I was developing something, which is the ability for people to see you that this is a guy that we can send out to another foreign country and he will do well. As of that time, I didn't know that's what I was building. Right? Long story short, I got a call from the lady who had hunted me into London Stock Exchange. I said, hey, JJ, I've moved to Bloomberg. I know in London Stock Exchange you were all about Mr. Africa. There's a role here in Bloomberg. You're going to be based in Dubai looking after Africa. Do you want to do that? Yes. Why not? But again, that's the point. When you're building your brand and you're consistent in your message, people are listening. You don't know, but they are listening. All right, so then I got the job. Then I got the job. I was still in London. In Bloomberg, you do an 18-month training in London, then you move to Dubai, and then you cover Africa from Dubai. 6 months into my training, I get a call from a team leader in South Africa saying, hey, we need someone in South Africa right now. We know you're just 6 months into your training, but we believe you're good. In my head, I said, no, I'm not good. I don't know anything. But I said, yes, I'm going to come. But again, know your value. That's another thing I want to drop. Know your value.
JJ,
right?
score this goal in 1 minute.
All right.
Or less.
All right. Know your value. So I said, okay, I definitely want to go to South Africa, but you got to pay me in pounds. And they said, we'll get back to you. Anyways, they never got back to me. But then I dropped a pin in the ocean for someone to know, okay, this guy is willing to say yes to opportunities, which is the next thing I want to say. Always say yes. Richard Branson says it very, very well. Whenever opportunity is being given to you, even though you don't have the skill set, just say yes. When you get it, go learn the skill, right? So I said yes, right? A month later, I got a call, hey, JJ, Africa is no longer happening because we're not doing well as a business in Africa. We're going to downsize the team. But there's an opportunity in Saudi Arabia. It's not Africa, but it's Saudi. The two continents rely on oil. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I love it. Let's go. That's what got me to Dubai, looking after Saudi Arabia. Right? Then Stripe, how did Stripe come into the picture? Stripe is an organization that I've always really enjoyed, and I love Christian exercise of the 3 animals, because I'm an entrepreneur. And the 3 animals I put was lion, eagle, alligator. Go figure out. And so Stripe is these 2 organizations that was created by these 2 young guys. They are in their 30s. It's known as the world's most valuable company because it's valued at $95 billion, but it's private. It's owned by the 2 brothers. And my big brother works there. So I hear all the things they are doing, and I wanted to work in an organization. It's a payment solution organization. I wanted to work in an organization that touches every aspect of the world. Without payment, you're doing nothing in the world. Simple as that. So I wanted to work in such a field. And I started to reach out to recruiters on LinkedIn. So again, building your personal brand. Hey, I know Stripe is not yet in Dubai, but if you're thinking of coming to Dubai, I would love to join the organization. This is what I've done. This is, again, your track record. This is what I've done in Bloomberg. These are the businesses I've built in the region. So. Then I got the news like 6 months later, Stripe is in UAE. Then I started to knock the door again on all the recruiters. Hey, congratulations on your move to the UAE. Any post on Stripe, I was reposting it on my LinkedIn. Like, Stripe is in the region. It's all about payment. Even though I had no payment knowledge, I started reading about payment. It's all about payment. This is this is that. Then I got a call from the recruiter. Hey, do you speak Arabic? No. okay, we're only recruiting people that speak Arabic. I was like, hey, trust me, you don't need Arabic. I work in Saudi. Everyone speaks English. All right? But they said, we will get there. Anyways, the point of the matter is, all the jobs that I've gotten so far, I've never applied for any. All right? I got a call, okay, JJ, we want you to speak to some guy, and then we'll take it from there. I jumped on the call. It was an interview for Stripe. Okay, what have you done? Then I started talking about what I've done. All right? The last point I just want to emphasize is never chase money. Now, money is important, but don't chase it. Let it chase you. It's important, but don't chase it. Let it chase you. Once money understands that this is the relationship you have with it, it's going to give you a different respect, all right? I say this with all humility. I was earning good at Bloomberg, all right? Bloomberg is a great organization. Every organization that I've worked with are top, and I've had a great, fantastic time in every organization. So I got the call for Stripe, did the interview, everything. They asked, of course, what are you currently earning? I told them my package. There wasn't any mind games of, oh, I want to earn more, so tell them you're earning more. No, it was just, and then I got my package. I'm on a 7-figure salary right now. But the point is, you don't need to chase money. Once you have value, you brand yourself correctly. You go through the process. People are going to notice you, and when it comes, people are going to negotiate for you. You don't need to. Once you've built a persona that people value, when it comes to the negotiation table and you're not there are people doing your bidding.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that's how I leave it there.
Thank you. So I let JJ give us that documentary of a story because, and although some of you might listen and say, oh, he's been to the UK, it's all about principles. Wherever you are, principles are what you should go after, not necessarily that you schooled here or you schooled there. So I'm going to take 2 questions from the audience because we need to wrap this up. Like, we've done like 15 minutes extra. 2 questions, real quick. Anyone? Thank you. Yeah, for the audience, please.
For some of you that didn't hear the question, she's just curious to know what the casket meaning is. Buy the book when it comes out.
Nice.
No, but I'll say it. Because it's a book. It's become a book because it's no longer an idea. It's got to be an idea that's to go into papers and people need to read it. Okay, I'll say it. You can write this down quickly. C is for confidence through courage. A is for analysis. S is for strategy. K is for knowledge. E is for execution, and T is for total package. So it's a casket. Right?
Awesome. Second question. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ikenna. Thank you so much. I didn't actually know you were that, and you were right here. So nice to meet you. Thank you, Mayowa. Toby, nice to meet you guys. I just have one question, and this would specifically be to my brothers from Nigeria that are on the stage. I just want to know, with all the success and what you've been through, career and all that stuff, I can guarantee that a lot of your brothers back home that are looking at you, disturbing you every blessed day, taxing you left, right, and center, you know? In the same way you see the guys on the street here that ask you for jobs. So how do you, how do I say it? How do you fend off those kind of approaches, especially from family? You know, being where you are now, how do you cope or how do you deal with that? I just want to hear from your experience.
So in 15 seconds. To answer in 15 seconds. Try. I know you can do it.
Yeah, actually, there's a very nice question. I've received so many jingles on the... I'm not a social media person, like maybe WhatsApp or all those things. But I receive calls sometimes, what do you do in Dubai? Come and take us down there. But I have some relatives or some close family members that want to come to Dubai. First thing I asked you, what do you have? You have studied in Nigeria. For example, I have someone that is a medical doctor. He wants to come to Dubai also. And I said, your certificate in Nigeria is fantastic, but you have to do conversion in terms of qualification, conversion in Dubai. Firstly, go through the process first. Can you get a license as a nurse or as a medical doctor here first? If you need an exam to write the exam first. When you qualify for those exams, now you can now travel down here. It increases your opportunity. But when people doesn't go through this stress, like when my elder sister just came in, I brought her in. She's a teacher in Nigeria. I told her, you cannot call me here until you are a licensed teacher in Nigeria. So that your license can be converted easily in Dubai. And she went through the NTI courses and everything, and she was licensed now. And she's there. She's got the job less than one, let's say maybe maximum, maybe 1 month. She finds somewhere she can put herself in. But when you have the right qualification, it increases your opportunity. Like what your story is just like similar to mine. If Mayowa can give me some few, let's say 5 minutes to just share some insights. It's 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Let's say 3 minutes.
Do one minute.
Okay, what
we'll
are we
put
saying?
you on a timer.
Okay,
Agreed?
we'll put him on a timer now.
Pretty?
Now, what happened is this. In the story is this. When you believe on yourself and you do more of self-development, you can open doors for you. So far, I've been working back in Nigeria with oil and gas, over 15 years experience. I've not applied for any of the job I've worked for before, as he said. What happened is referrals. I got working when I was in 400 level in university in ExxonMobil. How did I get in there? I went for IT, and I find that all those guys are using AutoCAD. If you know AutoCAD, maybe you're an engineer, you know AutoCAD. And what happened is I've learned how to use AutoCAD when I was in maybe first level in my university. I trained people AutoCAD. And I found those guys were struggling on it. And I thought I can do it. Can I help you? Go and sit down there. You're IT. See, go and say that. I can help you solve this problem. You don't know how to use AutoCAD. And the guy was looking at me. Who is this idiot? This IT guy? Go and sit down over there. I said, I will help you. And one of the guys, during lunchtime, I was with him. I said, can you just give me your computer for 5 seconds? I will show you what you want to do. Can you really? And he gave me the computer. And I finished everything. And he called the supervisor. Come and see this dude. He finished this stuff. Do you know what happened? Each of the staff in ExxonMobil started collecting my number. Come and give me home training. I started earning money. I was an IT student. I have 5 candidates, ExxonMobil staff, as PP, extra money. I go to their home. I teach them AutoCAD. I come back to work. I'm IT. Do you understand? These are the things that opens door for you sometimes is knowledge. Now, what am I saying? When I left after 6 months, my supervisor called me. Where are you? I said, I'm back to school. He said, no. We have this project. We need AutoCAD to solution. And I know you can do it.
Seconds.
And he gave me a job offer in another company while I was in 500 level engineering, and I got the job offer, and I was like, what is going on? He told me, I said, I'm still in school. He said, go and do it, you can do it. And I got it, and I said, I can do it. And I started working. From there, you grow your career systematically to when you get to your destination.
I hope that answers your question. Thank you. I know people have more questions, but we have exceeded our time. There'll be time for networking afterwards, so please feel free to reach out to them. Gentlemen, advise our people with just one sentence. One sentence to close it all. One message. One sentence. JJ, I'm looking at you. Just one sentence. Mohammed, you have the mic, so you go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I said something, and then JJ's stories touched on it. Be always on the offense. Keep on knocking on doors and consistency.
Thank you.
One sentence.
I know it's hard. You can do it.
Apologies for ahead of this. I'm a faith person, so everything you do, commit it to God. Simple.
No need to apologize on that.
Buy my book when it's out.
Well, what I will say is never see your color, but see the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A wonderful round of applause for our panel. We'll just take a quick picture. I'm Pretty, forgive me. I'll pay the dues later. Yeah, or perhaps step down. Yes, maybe let's step down. Let me be ladylike. I'm not sure that I'm from Nigeria. Just that I used to go bus when I was back in Lagos. All right, this way? Yeah, this is good. My- Thank you. Thank you very much. Pretty?
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you
There
so
you are.
much. That was a wonderful
you.
session. I think JJ just needs his own show. And when I was busy thinking about that, Mr. Larry took over. I was like, oh my God, this is the second event. Toby, hopefully we'll be back here launching your book very soon. Thank you so much, everybody. Right now, the two people who asked the questions, you also get a gift because we like engaging. Ikenna and one lady over Edeme, you get a gift. You get a mini photo shoot with Eli as well at the end of the program. We also have a massive gift that will be coming up for every single one of you. This one, you don't have to compete for it. It's from Metropolitan School of Business and Management. This is just a teaser. I'll get to tell you more about it later on because time is not on our side. Now, our following speaker, she's a very inspiring young lady. Christian Roma already talked about her. She is the first UAE female delivery bike rider here in Dubai. She's one of the 75 faces of UAE. And if you follow her on social media, you know that she's always flying across the world. Girl, put me in your bag. Well, today she's here to inspire us and to motivate us all with her story. A round of applause for the founder of Dubai Getaway, Gift Priya Solomon. Gift Priya Solomon, aka GPS.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is just going to take a minute, please. That's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to apologize. I'm not a big social speaker, so I'll just try my best. My name is Gift Priya Solomon, aka GPS. I am UAE's first female delivery rider, one of the 75 faces of the UAE, and also the founder and CEO of Dubai Getaway Travels. Today, I'm going to be sharing my story. So, Gift. Who is Gift? I get asked this question a lot of times. But first, I would like to say, moving from your home country or the city where you're born in to a different country is a life hack. So if you've left your home to a different country today, I would like you to put your hands together for yourself. Thank you. All right. So my story started about 6 years ago when I decided to leave my country, Nigeria. I was just a normal child, born into an average family. I struggled a lot while growing up because my parents, they were like trying to provide for us as a kid. I was trying to go through school. I watched my parents like struggled, worked hard just so we could actually make ends meet. That was going on for a long time, and I decided to like, what should I do to help? Because I've watched these people suffered and worked hard just to make sure we're okay. Back then I was in school, so I had to drop out of school when I was in my 200 level. I stopped schooling just because I wanted to do something different. I figured out the case was getting worse. It wasn't getting better. I just felt, what should I do? So I was thinking of going somewhere. I didn't have Dubai in mind. Dubai was just, okay, the visa is quite easy to process and it's fast. So I got in touch with a friend that said, okay, Gift, I'll help you do this. So long story short, I found myself here in Dubai. And the story started from there. I was searching for a job, from a cleaning job to housekeeping, maid, waitress, a lot of jobs. Nothing was forthcoming. I searched for a job for 6 months without getting a job. But all through this time, one thing kept me going. I love to go out. I love to take pictures. So I would always go out, dress up sometimes. Most time when I have interviews, I'll dress up nicely. I'll take pictures, post on the gram or maybe Facebook. Sometimes I'll get friends, oh, gift. My family is coming to Dubai. Would you want to take them around? I see you taking pictures and you're going to nice places here in Dubai. Would you like to do, like maybe show my family around? I'll be like, yeah, I can. I don't have a job. So I'll hop on, because it's also a platform where I go to places without paying for the tour. So I'd go, we'd take pictures. So it became a thing. And one time there was a family that came. They were leaving and I followed them to the airport. And they gave me $300. I was like, okay, $300. That paid for my rent. Because then I didn't have the luxury to stay in a very comfortable apartment. I was staying in the best space. We were like 8 in the room. I couldn't even afford the down bed. So then I was staying on the top. So if some of you know what I mean. So I was staying on the top bunk. So eventually it became a thing. I would take picture. I created a page called Dubai Getaway Travels. I would post them. I would take pictures with my guests. So eventually I was like, okay, a job is not coming. What can I do? After some time, I kept on doing the same thing. And as God would have it, one of the days where I went to take pictures in Dubai Marina, a friend of mine introduced me to an HR company that works with Freedom Pizza. I got a job as a customer care representative. When I got interviewed, they asked me, have you done the job before? I was like, yes. Never worked in my life before. Never. I said, yes, I have this experience. You know, most of us, you can relate. Most times when we create our CV, we lie a lot. So I did the same thing. When the time came when I was interviewed, they asked me questions. I read about what they do. It was pretty easy. So I jumped on the job. I started. The first few weeks or months were crazy because I was struggling with my English. You know the tough, like the serious African accent, Nigerian accent that most of us have, that was a barrier for me because sometimes most of the customers were Westerners. They would call, they'll be like, can I speak to someone that speaks English, please? Because they couldn't understand me. Like most times, my accent, my Nigerian accent was like really strong for them. So I found myself like most times I would cry. Sometimes I would like record myself speaking and also play them out again. I watched a lot of YouTube videos. It was like a big deal for me back then. So I started working on myself. Over time, I got promoted to a supervisor, to an assistant manager in the same company after working with them for 4 years. So yeah, my opportunity came. I opted into being a female delivery rider. It's a long story, but then I'm just trying to cut it short. So when the time came, we had a town hall meeting like this, and they asked, is there anyone that would like to be a delivery rider as CEO? I was like, before then, everyone already hates me, the Nigerian girl that does too much. So I just raised my hand without even thinking. I didn't even know how I would do it, how I would pull it through, but I just I would do it. So everyone looked at me, gift again. So this brings me to this. Be different. It's okay to be different. It's very, very okay to be different. So I said I wanted to take that part. It took me 6 months to get my bike license with a lot of struggles. Even when I got the job, sometimes I'll go to a delivery and I'll see someone that I know, I'll hide. Sometimes I'll go out. People see me on my uniform, they'll be like, see that girl. Don't you know that Nigerian girl? Sometimes, initially, I'll be honest, it was embarrassing because the reaction I get from people. But then again, I started owning it. I mean, I'm just a normal girl that's trying to. When I came to the country, I had just $300. I came here with no family, no brother, almost no friend, but I was like, gift. If you've left your home country to a country that you had no one, you can do it. So that kept me going. After some time, I started warming up to the whole thing. My story came out. Everyone loved it. I started getting like a lot of press attention and all that. And just recently, when I was named, I got a deal from Reebok. HSBC sponsored me as one of the 75 faces of the UAE. Like a Nigerian lady that came to a country with almost nothing. I was struggling a lot to even feed. Now noodles became my favorite because that was like really, really affordable. That was one of the few things I was having back then. So if you're here in the UAE, you have a great opportunity. I feel like there are a lot of opportunities that are open to all of us here. I mean, I, for one, I would share my personal, experience, to the road. I'm still working on myself. I'm still trying to get better, go higher. I feel like there's something that all of us, most of the youths today, most of the people today, we feel too comfortable where we are. Even when I got everything I got, right now I'm not comfortable, trust me. If you bring me a deal or bring me a business idea, I'll open it. We are too afraid to take risk. We are very afraid to take risk. And I feel like I have this principle in life, the 5 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. So most things I do, if you go to my socials, I love to travel a lot. I'm someone that saved for a trip for more than 6 months. I have a trip coming up in 2 months. I already started saving for the trip. So most times when we see stuff, it's a process. That's why I love what he said. He was telling us about the process. Sometimes we skip the process. We skip the process. Someone is here today, what are you doing? What has the person done to get to where they are right now? And I, for one, I love to invest. In as much as I see my salary, even back then when I was doing my job, I see salary as a step that leads me to where I'm going. My salary led I was just okay, I know why I'm working, I want to achieve something, I want to be this. But my salary was just, okay, gift. You know where you're going, you know what you want to do, just keep going, just keep working. I found myself investing a lot even when I was working. I bought my first property when I was earning 2.5, and I saved a lot for this. So right now, you guys are looking at a girl that came to UAE with just $300, but right now I have over $300,000 worth of investment and maybe $5,000 in my account, maybe less. So I'm very big on investment. Thank you. So I'm very big on investment. I feel like there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of things to be done. I used to go to the market, I would help people buy things and then ship it to them and they pay me for it. I used to do a lot of things. So when you see people that are doing well, there are stories. There are a lot of stories that they don't say out. They don't tell you what they go through. And sometimes we as the 21st century that we are right now, people just feel, oh, I like that, I want to buy it. You have 5,000 naira in your account, you buy something for 4,500 naira, and you have 500. The difference between the poor and the rich is because the poor, they keep their money, they save, they buy stuff that they don't need, while the rich, they have money, they invest, and they make more money. I have this thing I always say, if I can't buy it twice, I can't afford it. You spend this, you buy this. There are a lot of investment opportunities, a lot that you can do. Even when I was earning very little, I was investing a lot. At some point, I realized my salary was giving me 40% of my income. And then I was okay, what are we doing? What's the next step? What should we do? What should I do? How I founded Dubai Getaway Travels, it was because of the idea of taking people around, showing people around, being a tour guide. I'd always say I'm your favorite tour guide because that's how I started. And right now, I'm still working on myself to be better. There are still a lot of opportunities, and right now, trust me, today I've learned a lot, and I still see myself growing and helping myself get to the next stage. So my question today is, what's your stage now? How are you working and getting better? Are you comfortable where you are? Are you just okay? Are you just okay, you're doing this? Is that your safe? Is it your safe spot? Are you staying in your safe spot, or you want to leave? So if you're where you are right now and you feel you're not comfortable, feel free to leave, because sometimes our comfort zone is dangerous. It is very dangerous. So please, guys, I urge you. My story is quite long, but I'm a true definition of a success, like a miracle story. I want to see a lot of people that comes out to share their own story because I went through a lot. And me standing right here now, it's a miracle. Because sometimes I just sit back and I be like, Gift, this is you came into Dubai 6 years ago with nothing, and now you have people. I walk into a room and people know me, this is Gift. But then, one thing I ask myself, is this how you want to stop it? Like, I used to walk into a room and I wonder, oh, do they like me? But now I walk into a room, I wonder if I like them. So that's where we should be going. That's where we should be going. There are a lot of things that we can achieve when we thrive, and I feel like right now the world is revolving around success stories, a lot of motivational. Like, I feel you go online. What do you go through when you go through your socials? What do you see? And when you see stuff, do you take them or you just watch and then you skip? You see stuff, there are lots. So people will say, I'm tired of these motivational speakers, but what are you taking? In as much as they are motivating. In every rumor or in every stuff, there is something to take home. You might be here right now and then you listen, this person shared that, this person was very confident when he was talking. What did you take home? Were you just observing people or you're taking something? So please, guys, I'm going to stop now because I'm getting a lot of signs like your time is up. So, guys, thank you so much for hearing my story, and I look forward to hearing yours. And even if you're not sharing, you don't have the platform to share it, you should have a story to want to share. Let's start there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gift Priya Solomon. Your story never ceases to amaze me, I'm telling you. And you know what? You guys are listening, hey? During this the speaking session, I hear the Okay. Please clap your hands for yourself because you're really engaging with the speakers. So please, there's going to be a bowl that will be circulating around during the event. Please throw in your name there. We have a gift for you. It's going to be a raffle at the end of the program. So stay tuned to find out what you're going to be winning. It's not a photo shoot. I know you're like, she's giving photo shoots. We still have many more gifts coming around. So please throw in your name there. And moving on to the last speaker for this session before we go to the tea break, we're going to be learning from a wealth coach who will be teaching us about how to love ourselves financially. Keyword, financially. She works with many nationalities to give honest, bespoke, and holistic financial advice. And please pay attention because she'll be teaching us on how to earn, build, and preserve wealth, okay? She's a wealth coach, and please let's welcome her onto the stage, Miss Lydia Andrews.
Hi, everyone. I have a question for you. If you want to be wealthy, stand up. If you want to be wealthy, stand up. If you don't want to be wealthy, stay seated. Anyone sitting down? There's some people sitting down. Okay. Maybe they're already wealthy. Now, before I continue, we've been sitting for a long time, so just take a moment, stretch. Okay. So you can sit down. The reason I ask this question is because it distinguishes what I do as a wealth advisor versus a wealth coach. As a wealth advisor, I work with a company here, Holborn Assets, so if you have money you want to invest, give it to me. Let me do that for you. But as a wealth coach, my focus is on mindset, your wealth mindset. It's about empowering you to be able to love yourself financially. I mainly focus on women, but I can do it with anyone because everyone needs to learn how to love themselves financially. Do you believe you love yourself financially? Yes, some. What does it mean to love yourself financially? It means to make the decisions that are best for you. So, this is why I can't give generic advice, because everyone is different. Everyone has a different history when it comes to money. How were you raised? How did your parents teach you about money? What experiences did you have? That will impact the way you view money, the way you save money, the way you spend money. And so today, what I'm going to do is call someone up. I want to volunteer. We're going to have a little bit of a conversation to talk about your wealth mindset. Who is going to be brave enough to come up? You asked a question earlier. So, okay, this lady in the pink. Hi, we can go on stage. We can sit down. Yeah, we can sit down. Oh, let's go on this side. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon now.
First, tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Regina Ojobo. I'm from Nigeria. Almost a little bit not so new anymore in the UAE, but it's good to be here.
All right, thank you. Thank you for taking up this challenge.
I actually have no idea what I'm going to do or
That's
say.
the beauty of it. That's the beauty of
but
it.
I'm here.
So we had some amazing speakers this morning. A lot of them touched on points that are so relevant to today's conversation, because it's about your mindset, it's about purpose, it's not just about money. I asked the question earlier, who wants to be wealthy? But money, to me, money isn't everything, because if you have all the money in the world, you could still be miserable. Would you rather be, I won't say poor, but would you rather be okay financially and living your best life? Or would you rather be really wealthy and miserable? Exactly. But we want both. We want the combination. We want to have a lot of money for the life that we want, but we want to enjoy the life that we're living at the same time. But you need to know who you are, and you need to know what kind of life you want so that you can have the money for it. And so that's what I want to see for everyone here. I want you to be able to enjoy your life, but I also want you to be able to have enough money so that you can make whatever decisions you need for your life. Okay? So we're going to have a little bit of a conversation with Regina here, just to give you an idea of what wealth coaching is like. Okay? So, first question. How would you describe your relationship with money?
That's one you have to think about first. Now, maybe because I'm not exactly stable, money is more of to make ends meet. So you have to eat, well, basics anyway. You have to eat, you have to dress, you have to make the people around you comfortable, have fun once in a while if you can. So money is more of like a means to an end.
Okay.
At the moment.
At this current stage in your life. Yeah. Okay, so when you think about having a wealthy life, what do you envision for yourself?
That one brings a smile to my face. I know there's a difference between being wealthy and being rich. So the idea I have of being wealthy is not having to lack for anything. I will not lie. It's like going out and not looking at the price tag. But at the same time, it's also being able to look back and know that everything is set.
Okay, so let's take that just a little bit further. When you think about your life, let's say in 10 years from now, and you have enough money to live the kind of life you want, what kind of life are you living? So it's beyond just price tags, and those are kind of, I would say, are the basics. But I want you to think about the kind of life you want.
Okay, so in 10 years, if I close my eyes and have that vision at the back, I think I have the obvious that everyone else has. So basically,
we're not worried about them. We're just thinking about you.
So for me is, I don't want to have to think about it.
Think about money?
Yes, think about money, and it still comes down to I want to have enough in such a way that I can. I need to say this because it is particular to me. I'm more of a giver, naturally. So in 10 years, I want to be able to see anyone and give to them, not only financially, but give to them as much as I can, as a person, financially, mentally, sort of, with the knowledge I have. So you're at such a point where you're wealthy to the extent that you are able to help the next person beside you in some way.
So you see how she answered the question. There's nothing wrong with the way you answered it. But when I'm asking this question, I'm looking for specifics. So, for example, when I ask people, what kind of life do you see for yourself? They normally give me a very vague answer. But when I say specifically, if I gave you $10,000 today, how would you spend that money? If you had $10,000 every month. So in 10 years from now, think about, okay, money isn't an issue for me. What will I spend money on? On Monday, this is what I want to do. On Tuesday, this is what I want to do. Once a month, once a year, this is what I want to spend my money on, the kind of lifestyle you want for yourself. Now tell us.
Let's see, if I had $10,000 every month, first of all, I would split it in two because I believe, and my brother tells me, I like to bring my brother into this situation because he's like my biggest influence, but my brother tells me, if anything you have, you live on half of it. So the first half is supposed to go towards increasing it. So your first half is your investment money. So you don't touch it. It's not for your basic needs or your family needs or anything like that. So half of it goes into investing. Something new, I think I like real estate, so that's going to go there. So investing is the first thing I would do if I had money and that wasn't an issue. The second half would probably go towards my family a little bit because
Okay, but you still haven't told me the lifestyle you want. You still haven't actually addressed the question. So I just want to point this out because it's not just her. A lot of people struggle with this. And what happens is you'll just end up floating through life, and in 10 years you'll look back and wonder, what happened to all those years? So I want you to be intentional about the life you want, and then the money comes into it. But first and foremost, before we think about the money, we need to know what kind of life you want for yourself. So maybe 10 years is too far. Let's think about 3 years from now. You said right now you're in a rocky situation financially. So think about even today. If things were to clear up for you financially, I mentioned $10,000 a month. Maybe you don't need $10,000 a month. Maybe you need 3. Everyone is different. So the amount is kind of irrelevant. We think about the amount after, but I need you to think about, in terms of, okay, my life, what are the things I like to do? I can tell you for me, I like food. I'll be going to restaurants. I'll go to Kiza, get some egusi, right? I know how much the egusi costs. I'll go to Kiza, get some egusi. If I want to go, I live in Abu Dhabi, so I'm not going to Kiza every week. But if I decide I want to go to Kiza every week and order some eba and egusi, I know how much it costs, so I know how much money I need for that. If I say I want to travel, I love traveling. If I want to catch flights every month, and I decide, okay, these are the countries, this is how much I want to spend while I'm on vacation, I know the amount for that. Right? So this is kind of what I'm talking about, lifestyle. These are the kind of the specifics we're looking at. So tell us, what kind of lifestyle do you see for yourself, even today? Forget about 10 years, forget about 3 years. Today, your situation has cleared up. Money isn't an issue, so we're not thinking about money, just thinking about the ideal life you want for yourself.
Okay, so the ideal life I want for myself is, I would see myself going to something like this, maybe not like this, but nice places. So places where I get to meet new people. I think I would probably try horse racing.
Okay, there we go. We're getting specific. You see the difference? Let's go. Tell us some more.
Yeah, so you'd probably see me at like classy restaurants, horse races because I like to meet people and outside. I would do restaurants too because I like food, but I think I have more of a specific taste. So,
What's your specific taste? What's your specific taste?
well, for now I don't like seafood at the moment, so seafood is not going to be part of it. Like gourmet restaurants, something like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we have horse racing for networking. We have gourmet restaurants. These are just a couple.
You'd probably see me in a library.
In a library?
Yes.
Okay.
With really good books. Something more chill, so maybe a coffee table and books in the background, like a really huge library.
Okay. So what we did here is part of the wealth coaching. First, you need to see it to believe it. There was a moment, a very brief moment, she closed her eyes. And I'm assuming that in that moment, she was visualizing what she wanted. So now that we know the picture, the next step is the money. But it's also about believing that we're deserving of that life. So what it means to love yourself financially is to believe that you're worthy of living the life that you want, and you're also worthy of making enough money for that life. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but a lot of us have blockers that are preventing us from, one, living the life that we want, and two, believe that we're deserving of that life, which therefore impacts the money. And that's why I said that the money is secondary. First and foremost, I want you to think about what kind of life you want in detail. Because then we can break it down. Okay, to go to horse races, to go to these restaurants, how often is this happening? How much money are you going to need for that? Then we take it to the next level and understand, investing and so on. But that's a different conversation. But to love yourself financially is to have these kind of conversations, to visualize the life that we want and believe that we're deserving of it. And to live a wealthy life could mean that she needs $1,000 per month, and that's enough for her. For someone else, it's $10,000 per month, and that's enough for them. For the next person, it's $100,000 per month. So the amount is irrelevant. What we want is just to see is to believe. We see the life that we want, we believe it's possible for us, and we make sure we have enough money for it. Cool? Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Regina. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia. You get a mini photo shoot as well for that courage, girl. Thank you so much, Miss Lydia. I'm sure a lot of us could use that coaching session, hey? Talk to Miss Lydia after the program or during the break or anytime you have, and see how she can be coaching you and helping you with all of this stuff, okay? So I'm sailing right through into the next session. Apparently, we're not going to have a tea break. I was trying to think about you guys, but the hotel has already packed up all the food, and they said, you know what, just continue with the program, no tea break, okay? So let's move right along. And I hope that you guys are using the brochures that we're giving you, because when you open the brochure, every speaker has a session where you can jot down some notes. Please use them. They're not for decoration. And don't forget to use the hashtag Road to Success Seminar or hashtag RTSS 2022 as you are engaging on social media, and we have a massive gift for that. The most interactive person on social media and the most interactive person here physically in the event. So be on the lookout for that one as well. And about the raffle, once again, this one is going to come at the end of the program. When they pass the bowel, put your business card, put your name, put your phone number, whatever it is, and stand a chance to win as well. Now, we're going to be having a special gift for fathers because we just had Father's Day. And this is for fathers in business. But to tell us more about how to go about winning this gift, because it's a little bit of a competition, please welcome on stage Sharon Jabri.
Hi, guys. Okay, so basically, my name is Shireen Jabri, and I'm the founder of Transparent Publishing Limited. And we have 6 magazines, and we've just launched Faces of Fatherhood. We do consumer business magazines, and they're digital. And now we're actually looking for a competition for all fathers. so that they could win. The competition would be within 48 hours, we'll choose one father. And based on this, they'll win a special feature of 6 pages in Faces of Fatherhood, the first issue, which will be out by September. And basically, the competition question is, what's your favorite moment as a father? And what I'm going to be doing is, after this wraps up, is please come search for me. And I'll do a quick interview with you asking you that exact question. And then we'll put it on Instagram. And you're free to also send me, images of your, with your kids or any like messages on Instagram that I post. And we'll close this competition in the next 48 hours. And we'll choose and we'll let you know who actually wins. And it's a special feature, basically, and it will be called Top Father, Top Business. And you get to choose exactly how much in detail you want to go into about your family and your kids or your actual business and branding. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so our next session is about how to dress for success, okay? Talking about confidence, you gotta look good first, okay? So our next speaker, she's an entrepreneur. She's a fashionista. I guess you can tell by just looking around the room who am I talking about. Just look around the room. You might be able to guess who's about to speak. She's a fashionista disrupting the fashion industry with her business, Ola's Grace. Please welcome Ola Falami.
Hi, everyone. I really love that you nodded. Thank you, girl. My name is Ola Falami, and I am a fashion entrepreneur, and I co-own Ola's Grace. I'm going to go on stage because I'm fit for a stage, girl. Hi, Joe. Hi, Gift. I see a couple of familiar faces. First of all, let's give a warm and amazing round of applause to Mayowa, the Goke, for conducting this. I personally know how it is to conduct an event in Dubai, and when I saw that she had last-minute changes, I had to pray for her, girl, I understand. But we are so happy. This looks good, by the way. Forget about any other thing going on back end. This looks amazing, and you should be very proud. Anyways, so we're going to get right into it. I introduced myself already for those who do not know me, but you should. My brand is called Ola's Grace, and you can feel free to touch me and feel the fabric, because I'm going to be taking all of y'all's money after we leave here. I'm really nervous, by the way. And I've done this 1,000 times. But smile for me, guys. Come on. Anyways, forget anything that anybody's going to say here today. Listen to this first. Then take whatever they'll say and put it together. The first thing and the first way that you appeal to a crowd and you appeal for a position is by looking absolutely gorgeous. I did not say good. I said absolutely stunning. It's saying, okay, who's speaking for the Road to Seminar Success, Dress for Success, and they look around and they turn and they say, oh, it has to be you. Positioning is very important. People think about what you are wearing, how you look, before anything you have to say, basically. Positioning is very important when you want to be successful. I used to be in corporate for 6 years. I worked at multinationals before having my own brand and business, and I always nailed every interview that I went for. And I had friends then also looking for a job, and they'll say, oh my God, Ola, teach me the jazz now. What is this? Why are you always getting us? I'm like, because I understand people. I know that you judge me by how I look first, before any other thing. And when I look good, I have a lot of confidence. And then it doesn't even matter if I'm saying absolutely rubbish in the interview. I remember quite a few that I went for, and I told the lady that, I can sell you your own pen. How is that even possible? How can I sell you your pen? You have the pen. But because she was looking past anything that, I was saying, I already won ahead by half of like how I looked and the confidence that I was wearing. So it goes a long way to step out looking good. And, people will be like, oh, that's easy for you to say, you have a fashion brand. No. I didn't always have clothes at my beck and call, For those people who live in Nigeria or lived in Nigeria, Balogun, Yaba, how these things are. Like you go and you pick a few with the small salary that you're earning. You just have to learn how to mix match. Shout out to all the ladies putting on yellow, blue, red. I love what you guys are wearing in the audience. It's amazing. That's how to get people's attention. The most important thing I would say again is how you look. Personally, for me, when you come into my establishment or you want something from me, which a lot of people do, by the way. A lot of people want something from me, so I look at how you present yourself. It's super important. Before we hand over something huge to you, we look at your appearance, and it tells a whole lot of story. I'm sorry, what's your name? You in front? Lisa. Lisa, please smile now. I beg. I really did say that I was not going to jot anything down or pen anything down because I wanted to speak from my heart. This is so important. We're all grown-ups here. We're all adults here. And I know you've heard this 1,000 times. I don't want to sound like a motivational speaker because I'm not. I'm not like Regina saying she would do investments. Me, I would chop life. Half of the money first from the Mind Coach section, I'm going to the Palm, getting on the yacht, chopping life with my husband, and a couple of my friends. If you dress well, you can join as well. So, I don't want to sound like a motivational speaker because we've heard this all our lives. Looking good is good business. You get da-da-da-da. But it is the absolute truth. Your appearance matters. It does matter a lot. It matters 70%. Then where you get your clothes from matters the other 30%. Because you don't really, personally, I'm not a big fan of wearing everything that's, the same thing that everyone else is wearing. I like to walk into the room and people are asking me, where did you get your clothes from? So you might have gotten 10 things from Allah's grace, and I'll always step out in a new sample. And if I don't step out in a new sample, this is an old sample, by the way, which we've sold to hundreds of customers, but this is new. So in case anyone was wearing the same thing with me in the crowd, you don't have my feathers, right? You have to make sure that when you want something from people or someone, when you step into the establishment, you look amazing. That's the word. You smell nice. Your shoes are gorgeous. Everybody's just looking at you like, who is this? And they want to see more of you. Now, that does not mean that you should not have something in your head, because that is also very important. That's very, very important because some people like Joe. Joe is the owner of Kiza, by the way. Shout out to him. People like Joe here, and he's a friend of mine, so I can say this. He's not even smiling at me, So Joe will want to see what's in your head because Joe's establishment, he sees people that are wearing fine clothes all the time. So what do you have in your head? It matters. So after Joe sees your blazers, gifts, looking good with your platinum hair, you're looking fly and all of that, Joe actually wants to see what's up here. So it's very, very important. The half is already done. You look good, you look amazing, you smell nice. But most of the time, or sometimes when you're talking to really smart people or people who know what they're doing, they want to see if your outside matches what is upstairs and what is on the inside. So it also kind of puts a lot of pressure on you. So you dress well, you're confident, but when you want to be successful, you have to know what you are doing. A lot of people in this generation, shout out to Gen Z if anyone is here, feel that influencers do not have to do a lot of work. Someone said, It's a feeling, I kind of have been an influencer for a really long time. And I will tell you, even the pictures, the beautiful pictures that you see that is being shot and put on Instagram, there's a lot of work that has to be done. We have just come back from Muscat, my husband and I, and we were shooting content in 46 degrees, literally climbing mountains under the boiling sun. So that still takes a lot of work. For you to look amazing, to look confident, to have that swag, you have to match it up. It has to match up. Whatever you are doing has to match up. But first is how you look before what comes out of your mouth, because that's what people will judge you by. And it is so, so important on your journey to success. Now, what is also important is you shopping from Allah's grace. Mayowa, I'm not going to leave this stage until you put my brand name there. So she says I have 2 minutes. You might want to change that to 10 hours because I ain't going nowhere. Is it there? Okay, I'll see it. Because you guys I have to take your coins, I have to take your coins. Is it there yet? Okay, we're chilling. Moderator with the white, beautiful skirt. Oh, I love your shoes, by the way. Can you tell them to put the brand name up? I ain't going nowhere. Good. I love your boots. I'm still going to give a closing speech, but we just got to put it up first. It's there now. Oh, no. I'm not important. Put my picture down. Put the whole. Can you see it? What's the spelling? Spell it. You just did. Oh, somebody check out my Instagram. So in the closing statement, guys, make sure that your look is as outstanding as what you have upstairs. Thank you very much, guys. My name is Ola Falami.
Thank you so much, Ola. Let me use this one. Okay, to close up Ola's session, we have a gift for the best male-dressed person in here. I was going to choose my husband, but they said I was going to be rigging the elections. But I want you guys to see him, babe. Please stand up. Let them see. He looks good. He's dressed well for the event. Ladies, don't look too hard. He's all mine. Okay. The winner of Best Dressed Male is Sulman Mustafa. Sulman. Can you please come up front? Let them see you. He looks good. Do the walk. There you go. A round of applause for Sulman, guys. He understood the assignment. So you're going to be getting a free ticket to the next Mayowa event. Hopefully the next edition of Road to Success Seminar. Thank you so much. Now the best female dressed. I was going to choose myself, but it's okay. They said, humble yourself. But we have Ireti Oyejola. Please come forward. It's a surprise. She didn't know about this. Walk the walk, Mama. Let us see you. She looks good, doesn't she? Ola, do you approve? You need to be shopping at Ola's Grace for that. So you're also getting a free ticket to the next Mayowa event. Awesome. So we're sailing through, guys. Time is not on our side. Are you with me? Yes, we're going to be getting into the next panelist session for business. We're going to be discussing doing business in UAE with the moderator, Mayowa Adegoke.
Thank
A round
you.
of applause.
Is that for me? Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm back for this next panel session. And please penalize me if I exceed my time again. Thank you. All right, very quickly, this panel, as introduced, is about business. And, initially, when I conceptualized this event, it was first going to be just business. Because I thought, if you come to the UAE and it's not working out career-wise, why should you be stuck in this country? You shouldn't be stuck. People from across the world come here to do business, right? And you live here. You have no excuse to be stuck because I believe strongly that if you find something, you will get it. So initially, it was going to be a business thing, but along the line, I thought, you know what? Let's do something that cuts across. So career, and there's some career people who wanted to do business on the side. So you might be here, maybe career is your thing, and there's that spark that says, you know what? I can actually do something. So that's just a quick backstory. Let's dive into this panel. I'll start with the ladies, if I may, because I know that I'm still owing you an all-female panel later on. I'll start with Grace Marabe. Yes, please. Can I have the mics as well? Grace Marabe is managing partner, if I'm correct, at LMG Consultants. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Let me learn from the elders in this game of business, because I'm coming for all the coins. We have to make it in this life. All right, quickly, let's also have the second lady, Comfort Babatunde, CEO by Comfort Salon. She's got a food business going on. Like, this woman has a lot going on. And I'm still, don't be nervous. She's nervous. She came to me and said, Mayowa, I'm nervous. I say, I got you. Someone say, I got you. No, it's not good enough. I got you. Comfort, we got you. All right, let's move over to the gentleman. This one is a powerhouse. If you're African in this country, you probably have been to his restaurant to eat. Let's give it off to the one, the only, Joe Osawaye, owner of Kiza. Honestly, I think that Kiza is the foremost representation of African excellence in the UAE, and I think we need to give a round of applause for that. There you go. So let's have this. Our final panelist is the first, actually not our final panelist, hold on a second. We have two more. We need one more chair. Yeah, so we need one more chair. If my support system can please help me with one more chair. Or I can just bounce, anyway. So, two more gentlemen. Harrison Mensah, please a round of applause. CEO of B-Plug. Come on, don't be shy. Harrison, honestly, has been one of the people working behind the scenes, just making sure that this happens. So I'm really grateful. And our final panelist, Ola Tubosun Fatoki, who is actually the first Nigerian to own a real estate company in Abu Dhabi. So please, give it up. No, I'm going to bounce. Don't worry, I'm going to bounce. I like to stand anyway. My job is a lot of standing. So I like to do this. No, you can't be sitting at the back. I made a joke to Harrison. I said, people that have money, they are the ones that can just chill. Do you get what I mean? Yes, because some people wear suits. Some people like Mark Zuckerberg will just come with t-shirts. That's your problem. My account is speaking for me. Amen? Or I mean, same thing. Okay, amazing panelists, right? Doing business in the UAE, what works? I have the privilege of knowing these amazing people. Some I've met firsthand somehow. Some I've met friends of friends, but it's one big happy family. And I'll start with Harrison. I know. I'll start with Harrison. Harrison is someone I know that has crossed from doing a job, your regular 9 to 5, and has crossed to doing business now full time. I think if you talk about trenches, for instance, let's get into trenches, started from the bottom, now we're here. He's a good representation as well. And what I like to do is to mix up things. So I give you people who perhaps come from a place of privilege to an extent, and I give you people who didn't have that privilege, right? So it's a mix. So Harrison, I'll start with you. Doing business, I know you say the truth, right? But no, don't start with Kiza. We're coming. Kiza is Harrison, coming to this country. You shared that story with me. Can you share it again in 30 seconds, just to highlight? You know how you go to some place, they say, now I was blind, now I can see. Can you give me that now I was blind, now I can see version of your story?
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. 30 seconds.
Yes, try. Squeeze it in.
Okay, I came in as a student, and I wanted to go to school when I came into Dubai. But apparently, you know how Dubai is. We have a lot of good and bad also, guys. So I fell into the hand of scammers who took all my school fees and everything. And so even the taxi guys that brought me to the hotel also scammed me, because from Dubai airport to Blue Diamond then should be around 3, 4, 5 minutes. But they took me on 30 minutes journey. So that's how I came in here and landed. And somebody spoke about staying with 8 people. That was cool. I stayed with 17 people in a small room. And we had bunk bed and time slots. Maybe most of you don't know, in Dubai you sleep in time slots. So in the morning I'll be on my own. In the night I had to take my space. And then that's how I started. But because I have this thing in me that tells me that you can still make it. I had beats, people come around, sell your passport. You have to sell passport to send somebody else that's been here for 7 years home so that you can continue the life. So, I came from the main ghetto of Dubai and climbed gradually, I got the job, even with my certificates. Security work was the best thing we can do then. So I never knew it's hot. I came in February, and by July I was to get a security job, and I never knew it's going to be that way. So I worked for 5 hours, and I had to quit. Yeah. The job was in Umm Queen is somewhere you don't know in Dubai. It's another state. So from there, I after 7 hours or 10 hours, I left the job and I started walking down from Umm Queen to Dubai. When somebody saw me on the road and picked me up and we started talking, and they're like, oh, you speak good English? You were educated? Okay, I give you somewhere you call. And then give me a contact of a company also, which I sent my CV. And then also, they helped me finish my visa, because I came in with 2 weeks visa and then went out again and came in. So they finished the whole visa, and now I had to struggle with my passport. It's a very dirty story. So finally, anyway, I was told to leave the country. So at the airport, I was just with the immigration officers, and then the company called me. How many of you know Rotana Hotel? It used to, now it's called something Vida. And they called me, oh, we noticed you applied for this position of a marketer, but I think we can only give you a security guard. Are you ready? I'm like, come on. Yes, I am. Where are you? I'm like, I'm at the immigration. They said, which immigration? I said,
airport.
Like airport.
On your way home.
They don't understand because they're not in that system, so they don't understand. So I said, okay, just send me a fax. Then they said, we work with fax, no email with all this immigration. So they sent a fax, and apparently that company was owned by the sheikh. So based on that, they now gave me my passport back, and those guys, they came to the airport to pick me up. And that was how I came in.
Fast forward.
To
2022.
To
Who is Harrison
2022.
today?
Like I would say, some of us are not meant to work for people. There's some characters in us that will never make us work for people. So I had that character in me. No matter how I work, but that doesn't mean you cannot work. It's a training process. So I went through that training process. I worked for 10 years here in Dubai. And at that time, it's just the time I have to leave. Because when my manager says something, I argue with him. The director, at that time, I knew I was supposed to leave. And then Corona presented itself. And that was how we started the first company, second company, and here we are today. So that's 30 seconds. Thank you.
How many of you can relate with that story? Nobody? Okay, good. Because I'm like, this is already a marketplace, so you have turned this into another thing. Thank you, Harrison. Grace, I know you do two things, but I'll let you tell us some of the other things and then relate it to what the topic of this panel is. I know that you do business in shea butter, or shea generally, and I know beauty products, and I know that you're into consulting as well. But from where you stand, doing business in UAE, this is an audience of mostly young Africans. I think Kristen has left, the white guy in the room. Okay, so this is an audience of young Africans who have decided they are going to make it in this country. Some of them are interested in business. From where you stand, what works?
I think I'll first start by saying that due diligence in any business that you do. So prior to starting the two businesses that I do here, which is a consulting company and a trading company, I already have businesses in Ghana, Ivory Coast, Turkey, US, in those places. And I will tell you that Dubai is the hardest place to do business in. Regulation is much more stringent here. When I was starting the beauty business, they asked me for 10,000 certificates, and I've never been asked for one in the United States. So it was like starting to do everything here. We're now getting ready to go into Saudi, which is even harder, by the way. So due diligence. I think one of the things that my mistake in starting businesses here was I bought into the glitz and glamour of Dubai because you're advertised. You can start a company in 24 hours and you come in here, but that step one is just the certificate. It's all the other things that you need to do. If you don't do the proper research, you'll still do the business, but it'll cost you financially, meaning you'll spend money on things that you didn't know. So maybe you had budgeted, I need $50,000 to start this business. By the time you finish, it's $150,000 because you didn't do your research. So it's very important. Another thing I will say is don't hesitate if you don't know something to hire somebody to help you. I cannot stress this enough. I'll give a practical example. Let's say you're starting a business and we've all discussed you need social media. Don't underestimate how many hours it takes to create content, how many hours it takes to post, the time you need to post, who you need to post for, the aesthetics of your page. So you come in, I can do the social media. So you remember one day, I need to post this. Then the next 2 weeks you don't post, and then this. And you've gained followers, but they think that you're no longer online because you're not doing it. Just pay somebody that 2,000 or 3,000 dirhams and let them do this for you, because that's part of being having a business, is admitting that you cannot do everything. And in trying to save on that, in the long run, it's going to cost you because you're not going to get any sales. Nobody's going to know where you are, so you're not making any money. As opposed to if you're just paid that money, now you have visibility. So I'm just going to end it quickly with saying, do your due diligence. In all the other countries that we do business in, we did extensive due diligence to go there, researched everything. I didn't do that much research for Dubai because I just kind of figured, oh, everybody has money here. They're just going to buy things and they're just going to use the services. No. And why Dubai is difficult, it's because there's too many nationalities here. So in, let's say, Turkey, I'm having a business there, and I'm basically catering it to Turkish people. In the U.S., our business is really aligned to African American and the diaspora. Very specific. But here, you're offering a service or a product to 100 nationalities who have different price points. And people here will tell you, this is too cheap, I will not buy it. No one says that in America. You know what I mean? But here, someone will say, why is this 50 dirhams? It's not good. I need it for 150. And maybe that's a certain nationality. So it's not easy, but you just have to steady it. So that's all I'm saying is go for it, do it, but just steady it. And that's it. That's my advice.
Fantastic. I'm going to, for this first round of questions, I'm going to save Mr. Joe for last. And that's because I want him to answer a question that I believe is the elephant in the room. When I get there, you know what I'm talking about. Let's go to comfort. Yes, I was going to come to you eventually. You cannot just be there sitting pretty. You give us answers to the questions. Okay. Comfort. Comfort came to Dubai 5 years ago, right? Started as a cleaner, housekeeper. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. Cleaner. In this same Dubai. And if Comfort has earned a spot on this panel, my question is, what are you doing? Right? Comfort did not have any privilege coming to this country. She started at, like, if it's security for guys, I guess it's like
housekeeping,
maid or cleaner for ladies. So she started from the rock bottom. Comfort, how many businesses you own now?
The salon, EHG's kitchen, and the interior-ish on the side.
3 businesses.
Mayowa, please, let's give a round of applause.
From housekeeper to the owner of 3 businesses in this same Dubai that some of you would say is not for me. I'm sorry, it's not village people that are doing it. You have just not decided that enough is enough. You have not decided that you will own your own narrative and you will own your own story. You know, my own story is another day, but today is not about me. Comfort. How did you get into business? Like, how did you get into this particular business? How did you figure out that, actually, this can work?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll have to take you back a bit.
Can you do it in 1 minute?
In case my voice gets shaky, this is actually my first public speaking. So.
Woohoo! Encourage her. Come on, guys.
Hi. It started way back in Nigeria. First of all, I have a diploma in secretarial studies and office management, and I have a BSc in international peace and conflict resolution. But if you ask me how many courses I had during my university, I don't think I remember 5 because I really was not there. I think I even ended up with 2.1, and I don't even know how I did that, to be honest. So doesn't mean you should not study. I'm just saying I did not want to work for anybody. So even at that time, it's not like I even had an idea what I wanted to do, but I just knew I did not want to work for anybody. So after school, I dabbled into like a whole lot of things. I started selling stuff, and at the same time, the same money I invest, I can't even account for it because I did not even know anything about business to begin with, and I just wanted to work, right? So over time, after trials and error, so I started selling food because I realized I love to cook. So, and in Nigeria, then you have these car parks where people, you know, travel and all that. I sold food at the mechanic villages. I sold food at the car parks, you know. But the economy there back home did not really help because there were a whole lot of, you know, coming to demolish and all that. So I got tired because I realized, okay, this country is not helping me, what next? So I came to Dubai. But the initial plan was to come to Dubai to actually get a job first. Although I had a plan, because in my mind I'm still saying I don't want to work for anybody. But either way, I got to Dubai with 1-month visa. Then my uncle was here to help me. So apparently when I got in, that same month there was like an embargo on employment. So 2 weeks on there, and he was like, I think you have to go back to Nigeria. I'm like, bro, I'm not going anywhere. I left for a reason and there's no way I am going back. So tell me what's on the table. And he was like, you know this normal Nigeria is like, you this Abuja big girl. How? I'm like, uncle, tell me what's going on. He was like, the only easiest job he feels I could get was like maybe housekeeping and all that. And I'm like, okay. So in my language, I'm like, it's not to lay bed. Like, it's not just laying bed. But to cut the long story short, so I went for like interview in Media One. You know Media One Hotel? That's actually where I did my housekeeping. So I went for interview. So after like a few, the verbal interview, they attached me to like a Filipino lady to watch what she was doing. And after that, they left me to a room. I did that. I was like,
Comfort.
Okay, do it. Sorry.
Wait. I'm going to help you tell this. I like movies.
Okay, let me just like.
So skip to when you got tired of being a housekeeper.
Yeah, I got tired of being a housekeeper because it started to affect my back because I'm pretty tall.
We can see.
I like, the whole bending issue, and I realized, okay, I started to have like this backache, and I'm like, I could not do that again. So over time, then I was like, okay, I wanted to stop this job. So in between, I did not actually leave immediately because I wanted to make sure I got something else before I could leave what I was doing. So I went for another interview as a waitress. At that time, it was Gloria Hotel and Apartment. I got the job, I left housekeeping, I resumed waitressing, and I signed the contract for 2 years. So in between that time, I was just doing training back to back. I refused to go for vacation. I did guest relations training. I did telephone operative training. I did receptionist training. I did sales and marketing training, just back to back. So
skip to now your contract is about to end.
So when
you have gotten all this training.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get a proper job in that department you want.
Yeah.
And that's like, it's a crossroad. Skip to that crossroad.
Okay, so when I finished, because I saved the best training for the last, which was the sales and marketing. So when I wanted to leave, there was like an opportunity there, but there was an issue because I did not have a driver's license. And there was a little bit of politics because I think they wanted more Russians and all that. So, and in my mind, I'm like, I did not even want to work for him. I was even thinking that I should work before and save enough money to add what I already have to actually start my own thing. So I resigned after my contract. So then I got an apartment. I'm like, okay, what do I do? We need money. And I realized there was something I know that was something I loved to do back home, and it was cooking. And I'm like, why not? And that was before COVID. There was no competition like now that everybody's a caterer. Everybody's a caterer right now. So right now, at that time, and I know that I could still use the, the network I still have from the hospitality, my colleagues, more like if you see an African guest, tell them there's African food, like calling and all that. So at that time, the profit was actually really good because in a week I was making nothing less than, I think minimum of about 4,000, 4,500 in a week. Because I was cooking bowls and all that, and I had my clientele. So over time, I saved for I think almost a year. So then I realized, okay, and COVID started. So when COVID started, I'm like, okay, there was quarantine and all that. And after there was like the whole thing died down a bit. And I'm like, okay, what else? Because food is not every time people order. Of course, people are ordering bowls. And I realized, okay, what was one thing I was spending that was eating my money in Dubai as a lady? And for me, it was hair. I might not eat, but I could just go to the salon to make my hair. And, and even the price, I don't mind, just tell me, I just want to make my hair, So I'm like, okay, how much do I buy this? And I started doing my research online. I went to Alibaba, they compared the price, and I'm like, oh, I bought this hair from this salon. And from this side is so amount. That's like 3 times the profit. Like, seriously? So I just, I now borrowed from EAJ's Kitchen, ordered for like 10 bundles, I think. I tell you, we are 10 to 11 bundles. I brought it in. I caught some of my food clients, and I sold, and I made like huge turnover back to back. So that was how I started. I was running EH's Kitchen at the side, and I was running the hair business.
Skip to Comfort Salon.
So over time, then I now realized I could not, along the line, eventually I now got my driver's license. So I rented a car because I could not afford one. So, but I had like, customers that be like, okay, come to Business Bay, come and show me here, come to this place, come. I could not be in like 3 places at the same time. And I realized, okay, I needed like a physical location to bring everybody together in case they needed to buy something. So I'm like, okay, I don't have enough for that. So I took like a business loan from someone, which over time you pay like the interest. So I added to what I had to get. Then I got a place. Then I was asking my customers like, okay, we're getting a physical place. What do we do? And they were like telling me that, hope we have a stylist in that place, because you don't expect us to come there and buy hair and we'll go and start looking for another salon to make our hair. So initially the salon was not actually in the plan, but because of my customers and the market of it, I realized it was important.
And
that
that's
was
how
I got
Comfort Salon was born. A round of applause for that story. And so if you needed, thank you, if you needed any inspiration at all, I think Harrison, and that's not to say that this in the middle, we'll come there. But if you think that you are in the ghetto, you're starting from the trenches, let these people be your inspiration, that you can go from the trenches to the very top, okay? All right, Bosun started the first real estate company in Abu Dhabi. Wow. Wow. Bosun, why real estate? Because the idea for this panel is to learn what works. If someone is thinking business, let this panel be that inspiration. Why real estate?
Thank you, everyone. Hi, Mayowa. Thank you for bringing me on here. Real estate, away from what every other person like, people don't like sales. I'm a salesperson from birth. So coming to Abu Dhabi in 2015, I looked around myself, and I'm one person that always wants to take the best advantage of my environment. What can I do differently? As a salesperson, I saw Abu Dhabi as a moving country. Constructions were going on. People were moving in and out. And what is that one thing that everybody needs at every time? It's shelter, a place to stay. And that was why the passion for real estate in Abu Dhabi started. Wow. Wanted something different from what everybody were doing. And as a Nigerian.
Yeah, that would be my second question. Didn't you think that this has never been done? No one is doing it. Why? I mean, weren't you afraid?
Well, for me, I never take no for an answer. And when everybody sees the green passports as a barrier, I see it as an opportunity. When I get into any environment or any office, this color brings attraction. That's what I see.
That's a different way to look at it.
So I'll say Crest Strange was born in the car. And has anyone here ever lost their job via Zoom call? That was my story. I lost my job during COVID. After working for 3 different real estate companies, we were home during the lockdown, and we got a call that we should come on Zoom. Before then, I was already at the edge of starting something for myself, because the last company I worked with happens to be the biggest real estate company in the world, which is Remax. But unfortunately, when I got in, the company was about closing down. So they actually recruited us to save the UAE branch. So getting in 4 months, I didn't want to take the job initially. I felt, no, I should start something, but I wanted to get a bit more into the market, use the brand as another platform for people to really know me. But I lost the job in 4 months. So while every other person were sad over the Zoom call that the company was shutting down, right there, I started thinking of setting up Crest Strange Properties. And I want you to do something for me. I have someone here who has been with me right from when the company started in the car. While I'm driving, he's opened the computer to look for property. Henry, can you please stand up? The company started in the car, and the motive was to change the narrative of Nigerians in the UAE. The staff strength of the company is 6 thereabout, but all Nigerians. Whoa. Filipinos will always employ Filipinos. Indians will bring Indians in. What happened to Africa? So I actually took my social media work away from an Arab company. I gave it to a Nigerian. And I'm someone that likes to grow my social media account organically, not the buying online. And since I started that, the social media started growing in hundreds. This is the strength of Nigerians. this is what we can do. The world has not seen the best of us.
Yes.
And in the UAE, Nigeria, quote and unquote, we have a narrative. We are the one to change our own story. And it starts with every one of us.
Thank you. And of course, it goes without saying that, thank you. It goes without saying that it's not just about being Nigerian. Whichever nationality you represent, wherever in Africa you come from, wherever you come from in the world, everybody has their own struggle. You own your narrative and you decide that I feel like when God gives you will, you now take the tools and begin to create your own destiny, right? So I hope that's one thing we'll take away from here. So I like what Boston said about image, perception, and that leads me straight to the number one question I'm going to ask Joe. Joe is, we all know Joe. We all know Kiza. Kiza is also one of the top employers of Africans in Dubai. If you look at, just now I think there's a different strategy. Dolamu, you will explain. However, the question I was going to ask you first is, and this is the elephant, excellence. We have had this conversation before about, and not just with Joe, I've had this conversation with other African entrepreneurs here, and there is a link in their story. They complain about, I know it's mostly Nigerians. Thank you. They complain about the service or the kind of work ethic that they get from Nigerians, not just from Mr. Joe. Harrison has just, said yes. What is it? And how does that tie into, maybe you have angels, Nigerian angels. Perhaps you don't have that challenge, but I know that Mr. Joe has had that challenge. Mr. Joe, tie that with excellence. How do those two meet?
Thank you very much, Mayowa, for this gift. Because in life, the secret of living is given. The topic, it says road to success. I think it's a wrong topic. It should be road of success. Because success is not a destination, it's a journey. So let us understand that. And success for me will be different from success for everybody in this crowd. Also, I want to say something. I thank God for the gift of life, first of all. We shouldn't take it for granted. Because the one that is our source, it is in Him we live, we move, and have our being. Without all that, this will not be possible. So we thank Him. I said something about source. Source is tied to excellence. My source shows me excellence when I go through the manual of life. I call it the manual of life. Some people call it the Bible. I call it my constitution. When I go through that document, I see a lot of things that reflects excellence. When you've accepted that excellence, you don't have a choice but to live it. Sometimes our culture, our environment affects the way we perceive life. A lot of the young kids from Nigeria and maybe Africa are victims of bad government. A lot of governments do not understand their greatest assets, which are their people. If we, in our different climes, invested more on the persons and the people and the citizens of our countries, when we are out, we would already understand some basics. The problem is that the kids are victims of the societies that they come from. So we should empathize with them. A man can only give what he has. If you don't have it, you can't give it. Nina came up here when we started this whole program, and she said we started an exercise some years ago called Path to Success. It was because of this dearth, this vacuum that we noticed, that we said, you know what, for you to come from wherever you're coming from to integrate into an international space where the standard is set first by government. So coming from the private sector, coming to play in this space, you must bring your A game. Because they set the pace. They set the pace. You cannot come and do otherwise. But these children or younger people need help. They need training. They need to understand so many, many things that sometimes we take for granted. If you've been opportuned to live outside your native country, maybe in part of the Western world for some time, there are certain things you take for granted that you expect everybody should know. But no, it's a privilege, it's a great honor to be able to travel and see other parts of the world and to be able to imbibe those kind of cultures. So, we will continue to have those problems till we'll start to invest in our people. So in our little part, we do a lot of induction training. We also show by example. You cannot say you are leading and you're not showing by example. The kids or the younger ones need to see real mentors that they can become prodigy to and they can follow. In our small space called Kiza, we're not just a restaurant. We are a community. And the things that we see lacking in governments, we try to bring it into that space so that people start to own it and start to learn from the culture that's been established there. We've just gone past 10 years.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's much bigger than what we see. My gentleman here says, he wants to change the Nigerian narrative. We want to change the African narrative. That's why we do what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why is this important? Please go ahead if you want to clap. Just to say that the reason why these conversations, because the topic again, don't forget, is what works. Someone's talked about research. Someone's talked about knowing that, see, I need to do business. I cannot work for someone else. Harrison is like, you know what? I know at that point that when I start arguing with my boss, it means I want to become my own boss. That's not to say you should argue with your boss. Don't use the Harrison mode. It might not work for you. Joe has talked about excellence, training. If you're a business person, these are notes you should be taking down, what you need to do to level up, to scale up. Grace has talked about research and delegating. Pay for the service if you have to because you're looking at the bigger picture. Comfort story, really inspiring. That can-do spirit. Meeting needs, ultimately. I think that's what business is about.
Correct.
So, because I want it to be very interactive, I know there are business people here who have come to hear specific things and want specific answers. We're going to take more questions. But just one comment from each and everyone on the panel. If you were going to advise anyone, a young person new to this country, who's looking for an entry point, entry business, which would you recommend? I know you would say, follow your heart, you know. But entry point, which one?
Let me start. Entry point can be any business. But first of all, you must be a person of value. Value attracts power, it attracts money. So, first of all, develop yourself to the point that you become a valuable person. Then you can choose whatever area to do business in.
Thank you. Bosso?
For me, I feel for a new starter, getting into the country, just like my big brother here have said, after that, I feel you should be ready to face the obstacles. It's not going to be rosy from the beginning. I slept at bus station in Dubai. the story is long, but we save it for another day. Be ready to go for it. If you're not ready to persevere, then you're not ready for business.
Comfort?
I think for me, I'll relate it personally. It's more about, is it that, so first thing first, you actually need to know what you want to do. And secondly, you have to have a plan. But the most important thing I think for me is, that I would say is more like, be ready to do whatever it is you can until you're able to do what you want to do. Very important. That's just it for me.
So what business would you recommend? Would you recommend someone going into beauty? Is it a good business to go into?
No, but at the end of the day, it's actually what works for you because, okay, I love to cook, right? If anybody had told me 4 or 5 years ago that I would own a salon, I would have said no. But the journey led me to this point. And I'm loving it because I'm learning every single day. Would I change anything? Of course, there was a whole lot I know I would have changed or probably worked towards or worked better at. But still, I'm still learning. It's still a process. But at the same time, it's more like, what do I actually want to do? What do I do that actually I feel, okay, I think what somebody said, one of the speakers said something about doing something you actually enjoy doing because that is actually the first basic. Because if you don't enjoy something, you'll be frustrated. But at the same time, even if you can't find what you want to do, do what you can until you can do what you want.
Thank you. Grace?
So do not despise the times of small beginnings. Yeah?
That's true. Exactly agreed with what you're saying. I'll try and answer your question specifically. So putting on my business coach hat, I'm going to debunk the statement of do what you love. No, because you may love cooking, but you're not good at it, A, or B, it's not going to be a profitable business. So when I talk to people as a business coach, I really start with this attitude of stay in your lane, meaning if you want to start a business and all you have is $1,000, look at what you can do with $1,000. And then from 1,000, you get to 5, and then you get to this. Don't have $1,000 and say, oh, I want to open a boutique in 4 Seasons. No, you're not going to be able to do it. And I think reason why people don't do business is because their expectation doesn't match their reality. So you just keep waiting. So if all you have is 500 dirhams and that's enough for you to get a table in a marketplace to sell something, do that and start with that. And then at least you've started something and then you go there, you sell, you get 1,005, and then the next time you do this. But don't let your imagination, not to say don't dream big, but that's not practical for starting a business. You know, you can have your big vision. One day I want to have a boutique. How do I get there? Start with the small practical things. The second thing I want to say is don't forget about utilizing your network. Meaning, like she mentioned, she got a loan. The loan doesn't always have to be from a bank. There are people who do angel investing. I'm one of those people, for instance, where if someone tells me a business idea and there's the right, agreements, you may fund it, and it doesn't have to be a bank officially. It could be your mom, your dad, your friends. Don't just go to them and say, oh, give me some money. No, present a proper business plan. Present it properly. Come in there like you are going to a bank and do it professionally. I will give you these payments on these dates. Here are post-dated checks, et cetera, et cetera. So even if you only had 500, you could use those networks to get 2,000 and do something. But just the first thing is do something or else you will never do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Amazing. Round of applause. Just to also add that Grace, as a business coach, is giving 2 people a one-off free business coaching. So if you're here, you just might get free business coaching from Grace. A round of applause, come on. That's amazing. Do you know how much you pay Grace for one? Harrison has helped a lot of people to start businesses in this country. And I don't want to repeat what has been said, research. You have started businesses for people. You know what works. Can you give me top 3 businesses right now that work in this country?
Actually, I was going to say they've all said everything, but
I want you not to say that.
When you call me sincerely, there's this passage of the Bible that says, I can do all things through God that strengthens me. Yeah. I tell you guys, I always tell them, yes, you can do all things, but not in business. I don't think that passage of the Bible is for businessmen. Because first of all, you need to identify your passion. And I think that's where, when Comfort was speaking, I picked that up. Hustle. You have to have that spirit. Like, I will make it. I will make it. I can make it. So that passion has to be there. Then secondly, identify a problem. I'm telling you the truth. When the lady, I think Miss Ola, when she was talking on fashion, I was just here like, oh, okay. I came in, by the way, I came in with shorts because I went for vacation, so I drove in.
Well, you're a big boy.
But I think I'm well dressed, right? So when she was saying...
Ola doesn't make clothes for men yet.
Okay, for ladies.
Right?
So when she was talking about this, we interview people. We see people coming for interview. That's a problem. Yeah. And as I'm still talking to you, I don't think we have a first-class, high-end African boutique in Dubai. So,
that's great.
Oh yeah, I just got to know about you today. But the truth is, guys, identify a problem, and then you'll be in money. And secondly, I always tell them, that's why you see people say, oh, 1 business, 2 business. It's fine to have 10 businesses. You identify this problem. Like during Corona, for example, for those of you that identified masks as a problem, is that a business now? Yeah. It was a business then. Now, you just need a footfall. But now it's no more. So some businesses are meant for a period of time and then you move. So I always say, what works is your passion, that's the hustling spirit. Then identify a problem. If you identify a problem and you can have a solution to that, you are in money.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So now to my question. To my Abi.
I think food.
See, my MC is saying, well, give us 5 more minutes because we need to take nothing less than 3 to 4 questions. Right? Food, right? Yes. So, because who saw the post about if you want to start a cloud kitchen business, you cook from home, you want to learn how to do it properly and, be good with the books, he's your guy. We came for his vacation for us, so please, just
you're talking
free
about
consultation.
Mr. Kiza is here. Mr. Kiza, is it fine, Mr. Joe? Can I speak?
No, you tell them later because now we need to take practical questions. If you have a question, my MC is going to pick. So 3 businesses that are working right, like you just said, mask does not work again. So 3 businesses that are working right now.
Okay, I'm going to say if some businesses might work right now, but you don't have the capital. You can't set up a Kiza now if you don't have that money. So I would just say for food, you have to be on that end. And secondly, most of you here, you all do small businesses. But you don't have license.
Another problem.
So if you're not legal in this country, you're going to struggle through. It's going to be a struggle. You can have bank account. Somebody like me, I cannot pay money to your private account. Yes. I need to see a company account. So most of you are already doing something. Make it legal. We have different types. Like the Dubai government has created means that even with 15,000 dirhams, you can have a license and have a visa and be legal, do your thing. So let's start from making what you're doing now legal, and then you can move on. If you have the capital, you can, food is one of them. I'm a Christian, so I don't talk about alcohol, but I think alcohol business is also, it's good.
What do you do?
His business is to help other businesses.
I set up businesses and maybe a couple of other things.
All right, so we need to take questions now.
Thank you.
Ooh, hands. This idea is entertainment. Another business is entertainment. Fantastic. So let's take 4 questions. I would literally time you, like, you ask your question, Ola's Grace. You're a big madam now. Wait first. All right, we'll take 4 questions. And I'm going to be partial, so full disclosure. 4 questions, ask in 10 seconds, and that's it. and I want our panelists to answer chop, chop, chop. You can meet them afterwards. You see, they are here today. Hold them down. Don't let them go. All right, gentleman at the back. Can I have a mic go to? Yes, please. Yes, you, sir. Yes. No, you. Yep. Today's your day.
Hi, guys. This is
Hi.
Mahdi.
Please tell us your name, where you're from.
Hi, Mahdi from Tunisia. So my question is, most of the African community, we come to UAE working as employees. But transitioning from an employee to a business owner, especially here, is not really that cheap. And I think all of us know this. And it's not that easy. So what do you think of being a freelancer, bringing value to customer, then upgrading that to a business afterwards, especially with the growing gig economy, which is like 30% of the worker.
What business you want to do? I'm already established. I have two businesses. We have an IT company, and now we're building a startup for African expert freelancers, connecting them with businesses in the GCC. Fantastic. If anyone want to do that question? Yeah.
I think
50 seconds.
Starting as a freelancer sometimes work. You don't have that capital to go big from the beginning. I started from my car, and just make sure every penny counts at every time. Every penny that comes in for you, make sure you channel it to your targets. Make sure you build a very good relationship with whoever helps you to set up on your way, or the way you want it.
Yeah, you can meet him afterwards for the remaining part of that answer. You want to say something? That's why because I want to take more questions, we're way past time. Yeah, so afterwards, networking, you can, who has a business? You actually have a business that you want to ask them. I'll ask you. We can't take all questions, but please feel free to meet them afterwards.
Thank you very much. My name is Bami Claudia. So I have two businesses in UAE, two physical business and salon. And this question is directly for Mr. Joe. Please, how do you manage your employees? Because they are really stressful. I have like 17 staffs and they drive me crazy.
Okay, got the question. Mr. Joe, in like bullet points, how, what she needs to focus on. I know you talked about training before, so let's not mention that. Two more.
You got to empathize with your people. Hello, you asked the question, you got to listen. Yeah, so you got to empathize with your people. You must understand, as I said before, a man can only give what he has. I cannot overemphasize training. You're getting these people, what caliber of people you get in the first place. So you're going to ask those basic questions. If you want to pay peanuts, they say monkeys will work for you. So it's something that I cannot just answer. We need to zero in into your business and see exactly what is happening. You might be the problem.
That's another angle. So we're going to take...
You wanted it clear and direct, but not clear and direct.
One is training, two is empathize. Okay. 3J. Lady in the red. Who's the lady in the red?
With the red shirt.
At the back, yes? All right.
Sorry, I didn't know.
5 seconds. Tell us your name, tell us your business, and what the question is.
I'm Future, I sell food. This is to comfort, yeah? I worked before at a place where I was in charge of the place, hotel too. And then my pay was like 4,000. I worked for 2 years. And then I said, I cannot work for somebody. This thing is not for me, right? So I said, food is my thing.
2 more seconds.
Yes. What did you do after you stopped working at the hotel and then you took a loan or what was
Yeah, she took a loan.
No, not for you.
She took a loan. No, started a kitchen business. Come for if you don't mind. I'm trying to give you short. She took a loan. She started a kitchen business.
I started from the kitchen, then I saved up for a while.
And then she started the hair. She started selling hair. And when she started selling hair, the customer said, we need a place to fix it. Then she started fixing it. Question answered. Next question. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to pay a fine for extending this fine. Don't worry, we'll find better for the next. Quetty Art. Quitty. I don't know how to pronounce his Instagram. Do you have a question? No, you don't. I'll take another gentleman. Okay, JJ, see you again for 7 figures. Mr. Man, back. Quickly, 5 seconds.
Just to make the question very short because of time.
Yeah, see, that's 1 second. What's your question?
The question is that to the panels, like, what was the pickup point?
What was the pickup point?
Yes, please. Like,
What does that mean?
How, for instance, how the obstacle, at the point when they want to think of business, to establish a business, what was that number one obstacle that they were able to defeat?
Okay, number one obstacle when you went into business. What was it? Let me refine it. What was your biggest obstacle and maybe quickly how you surpassed that? Anyone, any takers?
I think for everyone, probably your biggest obstacle is yourself, fear. I think for all of us, it's fear initially. So even before you start thinking about doing a business, you're afraid. Will I make money? Will I be okay? Da, 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 da. So once you get over that fear, I think everything else is solvable. Because our biggest enemy most of the time is ourselves, unfortunately.
Question answered. Reach out to her for the remaining part of the answer. Who else? Mr. Kingsley. If you have a question and it's not answered, please just sit. Yeah, just sit them down. And if you sit down at the same table with them, all the better.
My question is direct, okay, because I know a lot of people have idea of how to start. Okay, for example, licensing. People have ideas, they want to start business, they want to be legal. Okay, how do you go about licensing? For example, you don't have enough capital to get the big license, or can you start with a business name? Is that possible in UAE? Then from there, can you get your license free?
Thank you. Harrison, can you start with the business name? I know that's
I think she said it. First of all, when you want to set up a business, don't be jack of all trades. Just hire somebody to do that part. Most consultants, 2,500, 3,000, and they tell you everything you need to do in the breakdown, and you're done. So
get a consultant.
Get somebody
all
to
the
do that.
answers.
Just 1 second.
1 second.
In case you don't have, like, you already know what you want to do, you already have the capital, and you feel like the license registration money like is too much. There's this option that you can actually find somebody that owns a license that's doing something similar to what you're doing, that you can actually be paid monthly or annually or 6 months to function under that company, so that way over time you can save up to that register.
Is that legal? I know it's done, but is that legal, Harrison?
Don't be wrong, right? You wouldn't want to, because at the end of the day, you don't
But is it legal?
You need
So are we saying the answer is partner with them? Yeah. It's okay, but it's not legal. Okay, so that's the kind of question I'll be asking for 1 hour. I need to move to the next question. See, Mr. Larry, forgive me, I cannot give you. Last question. You want to ask a question? Yeah, everybody wants to ask a question. Okay, what's my mind? So after him, I'll take 1 more person. See, Mr. Larry has asked.
Sorry, please. I want to ask this question. There was a friend of mine came in from Nigeria to set up a business here, oil and gas. He spent close to some 6 figures, set up properly a Maria port, offices and everything set up, business registered.
And the
question is, he finds it very difficult to open an account. How are you doing it?
All right, well, that's a hot spot right there. Harrison, or Mr. Joe, who's going to take that question? So Harrison, I know because you do a lot of businesses for people. So.
can't hide from the fact.
One half, please. One half.
We can't hide from the fact that the government profiles everyone. In fact, the new policy now is for you to set up a company, your document will go under a CID before it comes out. So now, it's not everybody. I think it's just some Nigerian passports are profiled. And if the kind of business you're doing is not a professional business, you understand? Like, if you have Kiza, they can't deny you a company opening. Then they ask you for your CIF and KYC. If you're coming from anywhere in the world, you need to bring a statement to show that this is your source of income. If you have that done, your account will be ready in a week. But if you don't have your documents, especially, I think this is mainly for Nigerian passports. If you have a Nigerian passport and you're setting up a company, we help you through opening bank account. There's a lot of processes, documentation we need to go through, but it's not a no.
It's not a no. So reach out to him for the remaining part of the answer. I'll take the female and that will be the end. I'll take the
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Demito Presendi, and I have a good city brand here in Dubai. My question is, what do you do when situation whereby you try to open companies like a business brand or business name here, and let's say like Lady Mayowa, I know you're like a sister, and I give you money to, because you're here in UAE, and nothing happens. What do I call? What do I do? Do I get the police? Do I? Because this thing happens to a lot of people, and people that you know. I'm not talking about just anybody. You understand? So, who do I call? Who do I go to? The authority.
What do you mean by give you money? Is it a business loan or are you just giving?
You have a consulting person, like an agent.
Oh, you give it to a consulting firm. And did you have a contract with them?
According to the person.
So going back to the fact that you have to do your due diligence. So this is an agency. That person is here in the room. Okay, so let's okay. I want to make sure Alison speaks with you personally, right? Okay, you people like drama too much. I know. Roshin? Okay, you want to say something? Okay. But please, no BBN, no Big Brother house, no big Lady Mayowa house.
Thank you. My name is Roshin Gorima, and I'm the founder of NIPS Accounting and Management Consulting. Two things. Bank account opening. Let's not lie to each other that they check this and that. When it comes to bank account opening, in most cases about who handles your application. Because I help quite a lot of people who register companies and then they struggle with bank account openings. But I can assist you. Within 10 days, you have your bank details. What he also mentioned is very valid in the sense that they also do some checks and say, your source of funds and also your activity on your trade license. It matters a lot. It's not that Nigerians are red flagged. I'm from Zim, but I've also had cases whereby some of the Zimbabweans who also registering companies here struggled a lot. But then NIPS accounting chips in because we've got a very good relationship with some of the banks. Number two, in a case where you have engaged a consulting firm and you have paid them and they didn't deliver, you need to make sure, DD, like they say, due diligence. You need to make sure everyone is allowed to ask, can I please see your trade license? And then you verify with all the jurisdiction, whether it's a free zone or it's within the mainland. Because if it's within the mainland, you raise a complaint with DED. If it's within the free zone, that consulting firm, you raise a complaint with the free zone, because then it can be flagged in the system and then you can raise the matter further with the authorities. So these are the steps you can follow.
Thank you. A round of applause. Who agrees that maybe we need a road to success business only? Because it's like that got blood pumping. All right, I have to say that's it for this panel. If it has been exciting, if you've gained something, please a round of applause for our panelists as they step down. Let's take a quick picture. See, they're here. Comfort, I like you. You can take a lady out of Nigeria, but you can't take Nigeria out. She's like, hey, walking like she looks fantastic. 2 more sessions to go. I'll let my MC do her thing. Thank you. This fine. Maybe we'll wave it, you know.
Please get out of the stage.
All right. All good? Thank you. Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
much. Make sure
much.
you grab them afterwards. And Pretty, thank you.
I thought if I announce about food or the buffet, that's when people will be charged. But you guys, honestly, this is really an amazing seminar. So what I want to do is photographers, videographers, please come in front with this energy before it dies down. We're going to count on to 3 and say, Road to Success Seminar, okay? Because we're going international. We're taking it to Nigeria. We're taking it to Botswana. Hey, Dumelang. Are there any Botswana in the room?
You're next.
Okay, videographers, are you ready? Is everybody ready? We're just going to shout Road to Success Seminar, okay? At the count of 3. Are we ready? JJ, I want to hear your voice. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Road to Success Seminar! Let's do it one more time. Let's take another take. Throw your glasses on the air. Throw your hats. Anything. Let me see that energy. Stand up if you want to. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Road to Success Seminar. Thank you so much. I'm loving it. Okay, Buy Comfort Saloon is going to be sponsoring every one of you who is in this room. If you go to their saloon, just show your ticket and you get a discount on your nails, your haircut. Thank you so much, Comfort. Awesome. Don't forget to be putting your business cards, your names on the raffle barrel, because that's where we're going to be winning a prize from the lady who is leaving the room, Miss Grace Marabe. Yeah, it's later on. So you're going to be winning a free business development coaching seminar with her. So let me not waste any time. Please, attention. Hello? One house. We're moving right along. This session is not going to take too long. We'll be spoken to by the founder of GulfBus. GulfBus is an online platform that creates content around everyday life, relatable stuff via short videos every single week. Please welcome Mr. Dhruv Mani. Is he in the house? Oh, okay. Thank you so much. The entire time I was looking at you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm very nervous. This is one of my first stories. With Instagram, social media, we've heard a lot of people talking about how it's important. I just wanted to start with, what do you think about Instagram and social media for businesses specifically? It's part of the business. How much do you all believe on social media when you see something? Pretty much everything or 50-50? 50-50. Why do you think that is the problem? Everyone? I agree. And do you think it is possible to make a business out of social media? Yes? And how do you think that is possible? Okay, so I'll tell you my story. I started a media firm last year. That's probably March 2021 and cut short to June 2022. I've grown from 0 to 118K on Instagram in 1.5 years. From being a single person to having a team of 3 on our daily lives. So We're somewhat like Love in Dubai, but a better version of Love in Dubai. So, yeah, we are a better version of Love in Dubai. So, in terms of building a brand on social media, one thing that I suggest everybody and that worked for me is to be consistent. You need to have a person on social media working for your reels, your picture posts, and making sure your brand is well understood out there. You can try all the trends that go on. I'll give you a big example of a tour company that I know. It's called Raina Tours. I don't know how many of you know them. But they're a tour company. They don't need to be on social media. They're doing well anyways. But what made them different is they started making reels and videos on a personal-to-personal basis rather than having a whole commercial shoot out there. They started having influencers on board who were good. That started giving them a lot of exposure on social media. The reels went viral. One big misconception that I feel is people think you can blow up overnight. No. That's not the answer. 1 month, 2 months, it can even take 4 months for you to blow up on social media. But if you're consistent, it keeps going. In terms of, I think you'll ask, how do you know what works the best, right? It's trial and error. It's A/B testing. You do reels, you do picture post. In today's date, if you ask me, it's reels. It's not even a picture post. Pictures, Instagram has stopped giving you the reach to people. Like photography, yes, is important for your shoot, but if you want to reach a larger audience, it's reels at the moment. Because that's where Instagram is trying to compete with TikTok, but a short video form content works the best. Number of seconds, I shall say 7 seconds to 13 seconds is the best. I know it's very difficult to fit something in 7 seconds, but hop onto the trend. Don't miss. Any new feature, start using that on Instagram and be consistent. If you're consistent, you will get audience from Instagram. I have personally seen it. I'm telling you. I started it. It was an investment. Started posting, started going to places, paid at certain places, paid at certain restaurants, paid at certain travels. But on today's date, we've been paid to travel. We're getting paid to go to restaurants, and we're getting paid to feature products. So if you're how did it come to me? I was consistent, picked up the right timing in terms of, for example, reels came out. I started posting out reels after reels. But have a good feed. For example, have a mix of everything. Reels, picture post, videos. This is the 3 agenda that I'll tell you. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for keeping it sweet and right to the point, okay? And as I mentioned earlier, the person who's most active on social media is also going to win a prize, but we'll get to announce this one later after the event as we look around to see what was happening while we were here. So you're gonna win something. Keep on using the hashtag Road to Success Seminar or hashtag RTSS 2022. So we're moving on to session number 7. We had 8 sessions, so we did well because we're only left with 1 session, which is food, okay? So we are in session number 7, and we're going to be having a fireside chat with Lady Mayowa and Miss Nyarazo Lisa Mushoswi. I hope I said that right, yeah? My Southern African babies. Okay. She's going to be teaching us or, sharing with us a few things about what recruiters don't really tell you. I know we've been talking about, Lady Mayowa, are you out there? I know we've been talking about looking for jobs and looking for businesses and stuff like that. This is also another person to ask those questions. Lady Mayowa? Is Mr. William Stenhouse in the house? Where did people go? I said lunches after this session. This is going to be a really quick one. We're talking to a recruiter, Ms. Nyarazo Lisa Mushoswi. Please join us on stage. It's going to be a quick one. Ask those questions about jobs and all that. Thank you.
It's actually not going to be that quick. A round of applause for Lisa, please, as she goes up stage. I thought about this event. I said, we're going to talk career, grow your career, do all of this. And I said, I cannot have this without having a recruiter in the house, right? We cannot have this without having one house, thank you, without having a recruiter in the house. Let's get into the mind of a recruiter. And I don't know, I'm not putting her on the spot, but maybe something can happen. I don't know. Maybe. And maybe I'm putting her on the spot. But let's discuss. Let's talk about the mistakes that people make when they meet recruiters. What are those common mistakes? We've talked a lot about mindsets already today, so we're going to break those down even more. Lisa is someone who's moved into Dubai recently. And most times when we come here, everyone's starting afresh in a way, right? I love, she shared a story, and I said, you know what? She was supposed to be on the career panel. I said, this is a whole conversation by itself. So a round of applause, please. Ginger us while we have this conversation and get into the mind of a recruiter in the UAE. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayowa, for having me this afternoon. I know a lot of people, probably you are hungry and you're not in the right mindset to be listening, but I think for those that are in the job market, this is for you.
If you're here, job market, where are you? Okay, these people are business, these people are job, okay.
So if you're in the job market, definitely this is for you. She did actually, I didn't actually tell my brand
Please.
Where I am from. All right. So I am the managing executive and founder for LonMeg Executive Search and Consulting. This is a recruitment agency here in Dubai, and we do have operations in South Africa. And in South Africa, we have been going for over 15 years. So Dubai, we are still new, but we are the right professionals when you want to land your career job here in UAE. Okay, so...
Do you mind if I start with a question?
Okay.
I know that her notes are filled up, so there's a lot we're going to get. But let's start with one question. As a recruiter, you meet someone who wants a job. What is the first thing you're looking out for?
So the first thing that I'll be looking out for is, do you have the confidence? Confidence is one thing that should stand out before anything else. So before you even tell me what you have got in black and white, I need to see the confidence. So as much as I can go out there and sell you for a job, can you sell yourself in front of an employer? So that's the first thing that I would definitely look at. Yeah.
So tell us, I just want to get into those notes. I don't want to miss them down.
All right, go ahead.
Tell us, first off, tell me what's in your note. What did you write down? What did you want to share?
There's quite a lot. I could actually write a book, but I'm just going to go to the main things that matter at this point in time. And the most things that recruiters, we don't tell you, it's that you are not sellable. You're not marketable. Have you ever heard of that?
That's harsh.
That's harsh, but that's the truth. It's the brutal truth, if I can put it that way. So a lot of people, they think they've got it, and they've got all the skills, they've got what it takes to actually pull through and get a job done. But in actual fact, they don't.
Why?
They don't. So when I say they don't, I'll give you a typical example. I'm not going to go into too much technicals. Someone has worked as a bookkeeper. They have been probably looking after petty cash in the office, ins and outs of the day, right? That person, trust me, when you interview them, they classify themselves as an accountant. You are not an accountant. You were just probably just looking out for a book and just seeing all the ins and outs, which everybody can do. So when us recruiters say to you, you are not marketable, you are not sellable, there is that aspect which is missing from a technical point of view. I'm not too sure if I'm clear on that. So when we say to you that I can't sell you, you have nothing, don't feel offended. But it's one thing that most recruiters don't tell you, that you know what, you have come to me, Mayowa, I'm sorry, I can't sell you because you have nothing.
So what should I be doing to be sellable?
So from your own skills that you have got, that you feel that you are good at, you need to highlight, you need to pinpoint your abilities, your deliverables in areas that you are good at, the areas that you feel that this is my strength. And when I get into an organization, I can be dynamic and I can be able to deliver. Those are the areas that you need to pinpoint. So
I'm going through a bit of conflict here, because who remembers what JJ, and JJ, sorry to put you on the spot, who remembers what JJ said? Who remembers? If you get an opportunity, don't say no.
Okay.
And he talked about get it, and Richard Branson, this is a principle, right? Get this opportunity and then go learn it. But how does that tally with a bookkeeper posing as an accountant? Because someone's going to be a bookkeeper and say, you know what? I'm going to dream big. I'm going to aspire. I'm going to get the job as an accountant, and then I'll learn. So how do I marry those two?
So by doing that, if I may answer you on that one, there are some dangers in faking it, especially in the career space, if I may put it that way. Especially if you try, you are mentioning of someone that says, okay, you get an opportunity, take it. You need to be confident that I'm taking this opportunity knowing that I will deliver. If you take that opportunity knowing that you cannot deliver, you are going to end up being a disappointment.
And that's what we don't want.
And that's what we do not want. So at the end of the day, grab the opportunity, seize it, only if you know that you can deliver. If you know for a fact that this is not for me, I have so much respect for candidates that I interview and they tell me that, Lisa, you know what? I had a different perception about this job. But the moment that you gave me the insights, I don't think I'm the right candidate for this. I have so much respect for such kind of a candidate, because at the end of the day, my job is actually to bring the best out of that person to see if they actually fit into that profile.
Fantastic. Let's talk about mindset a bit. And I know that when we had a conversation, we touched on this. And this is a topic that has been treated a lot during this seminar, people talking about mindset and mindset. You're a recruiter. And one narrative that some will push is, I'm African, there's no space for me, or there's a limit, there's a cap, I can't really break some ceiling. You're a recruiter. Do you see, when you see someone, do you see that? When you see an African, do you see that?
Okay, for me personally, when I see somebody, and especially from Africa, I get so interested in that person. Because Africans, I know that we are very intelligent. But the problem is we look down upon ourselves. We undermine ourselves and we throw ourselves at the end of the line of the tail and think that we are not competent enough. We are more than competent than any other race, than any other nationalities that you can think of. But we do not have what? The confidence. So most people, they actually lack the confidence to see themselves through in the career space. And they tend to think that because I'm African, I cannot do this. You can. When I see a CV for me, I don't think of where you come from. You might come from Congo, you might come from Nigeria, you might come from Zimbabwe, but what am I looking at? I'm looking at the skill. That is what I am looking at.
Great. You've been in the UAE for a bit. You've been in Dubai for a couple of months, and already you're thriving in this city. From a recruiter's point of view, what would you tell people to do when they approach recruiters? What is in the mind of a recruiter? What are some of the tips you can give to say when you approach a recruiter, this is what you need to do? And I know that you're passionate about Africa, but in my mind I'm thinking, you're African, I expect you to be passionate about African. But what if I'm approaching a non-African recruiter? What are some of those insight tips that people can take and use?
All right. So when you are in the job market and you are approaching a recruiter or maybe any other employer, this might be a recruiter, internal or external, regardless. One thing that I can tell you is your CV has got to be super impressive. This is not just a piece of paper where you write your personal details, your career summary, where you've worked before, your responsibilities. That is not what a modern day recruiter will be looking for. I will tell you, I will now give you some of the tips and the insights of how you guys can go home and change your CVs to meet the expectations of a recruiter.
This is a good place to take notes.
Take notes, yeah, you're right. So your CVs, they really need to be very good and impressive in a sense that you highlight your deliverables. When I'm talking about deliverables, these are your abilities, things that you are capable to do. When you get into a company and you are applying for a job as an industrial engineer, what can you do? So now this is now getting more technical. You are pinpointing into those areas to say that I can go into any business and do continuous improvement from this, from that, from that, from that. So those deliverables are the things that you should be highlighting right in the first page of your CV. They shouldn't be sitting in the responsibilities where one has to fumble and get through to them. They should be right on top there, wherever the employer, the recruiter is looking at that CV, they'll go like, this is quite impressive, because he can come on board and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is all about how you add value to their businesses. That is the only reason why they will hire you. So if you go in there and think that it's all about me showcasing that I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Zimbabwe, I'm from South Africa, I'm from here, and maybe I've worked for the top 500 or the Fortune 500 or the Fortune 100, that's not it. What can you do?
What can you do? So let's make this practical. Who has a question? I'll start with Ikenna. You can have this mic.
I just want to just ask this. Thank you again for shedding light on those topics. And
thanks.
For some of us that have been in the career front, I think a lot of companies miss out on doing HR people review. So most of these things are things that can be captured when they do HR review. Development discussions when you have with your boss or line manager, and then you have with people. But I would ask a question for myself directly. I was opportune to be also brought to the UAE by my job, because I used to live and work in Qatar, and I was transferred to the regional office in a higher role. But when I look up the ladder, I work for a Swiss, a Liechtenstein company. So you can say an European company, very European. When I look up the ladder, I don't see any Africans, you know? I don't see Africans. I see Africans, maybe Americans, African Americans, and all that, but I don't see core Africans. And I've said this to the regional manager before when I was in my review. I don't see those people there. And he says, yeah, but you can be the first one. But I don't believe, you know, because they must have said that to other people. So what can we do, or what do you think are things as Africans or people like us that have maybe regional positions can do to get a little bit higher in the career?
So, well, to answer you on that question is, in everything that you do, it's how you position yourself. In every business, it's how you also get things done that will prove your capability of going up the ladder. There are Africans in senior positions, very, very senior positions. I've got my very good client who is from DRC, and he's a vice president of a company that employs over, I think, 15,000 people global, but he is African. How did he get there? He didn't start being there. He started way down in the business, just being that manager. And it was about his excellency and the way that he did things that was so dynamic in the business that each and every time he brought success in the business, he was productive to a point that his noise could not actually be, he had to make noise. At some point, it pays off if you make good, productive noise. So when you are a manager in a business and you feel that, I cannot get to the top, I cannot get recognized because I'm an African, do something that is different. Do something that is different, produce great results for the business. Trust me, whoever is owning that business, they will look at you and they would say that this is a person that is actually good enough to be promoting and becoming one of our VPs or something like that. It's what you do that is outstanding that will determine your next level in the career.
Yeah, the lady. Hi. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hi.
Can I stand up?
Yes, you can.
All right, so as a recruiter, I would like to ask for advice as a job seeker. Yeah, let me start from there. Because this week alone, I've had 3, I don't want to say rejection, and all they would tell me is because I'm Nigerian, simply because of what's happening at the moment. So I would like you to advise me from a recruiter angle. What do you think a Nigerian should do at this moment?
If I may understand you very well, were you rejected because you are Nigerian? And was that the reason that they gave you?
So there is some limitation right now. Simply because there's the label cannot be processed and all that. So they would really love to employ me, but because I'm in Nigeria, they can't go ahead with the process. So what advice? I don't know.
What do you do? Sorry. Yes.
And to put context is that there's some restriction, or some people are saying there's a restriction. And it's difficult. If someone cannot proceed because the government or some agency, there's nothing they can do. But the question is, can you do business? That's my personal answer. Can you do business? Right? So, Roisin wants to chip in. Where's the roving mic?
Sorry, I'm not going to stand up this time. But yes, what she's saying is actually true. I've had an issue as well with one of the ladies that I work with in my other organization. She's an amazing MC. So, I wanted to take her on permanently, but then there were issues because her nationality is Nigerian. I also like what the one gentleman who owns the real estate in Abu Dhabi said. He said he hires Nigerians only. So in such a situation, us as Africans, we need to stop waiting for handouts. We need to create our own platforms. What are we doing about this solution instead of crying? Create your own business. Start your own platform. This is it, I think.
Thank you. Yeah. I agree with what Roisin has just mentioned right now, because for the fact that this is something that is out of our control, and this is something that has probably got to do with the labor and all that, to make it work, I think we are right. Let's create our own platforms. There's Mr. William Stenhouse here who has got a very great platform for Africans. There are always opportunities that one can always look at to say that, all right, let me probably diversify and do this because the job market is not so great. So let me probably look into entrepreneurship and do something different, because at the end of the day, you need an income, you need to survive. So the job market is not good for you, but try something else different. Yes.
No, you have a lot of work.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Zipporah. I'm from Abu Dhabi. Oh, sorry, from Nigeria, but I live in Abu Dhabi. And I just want to empathize with you.
Sorry, Zipporah.
Yes.
This mic is quite loud, my goodness.
Okay. Yeah.
So I know that, it's a hot topic, but can we keep it together for just a few more minutes? There's a lot of going on. So please, let's keep it together till the end. There'll be a lot of time for chit-chat when we have lunch. And let me just quickly chip this in. Speaking of trainings and courses, there's an amazing discount that we got. If you look at that, there's an amazing 50% discount that we got, one of our supporters. So that's definitely something you want to take advantage of. So yes, let's keep it together so that we can all enjoy the questions and the answers. So please go ahead.
So I empathize with you, the lady, the issue with the Nigerian visas. I'll keep it quick. I worked for Etihad for 6 years, and at the time I was the only Nigerian, and then COVID happened, and I went back to the trenches. And in the time, I tried applying, and then there are some jobs I would see, Filipinos, Moroccans only, this. And at a point, I was like, am I not your last born? Something like that. So I had to, the way to do it is, you can actually do your own visa. And that's, I think, Mr. Bosson, because I work closely with Mr. Bosson. It's quite expensive to, you can get an investor's visa. And I know a lot of people are doing it.
But it's
not exactly. Some accept it and some don't, unfortunately. But that's a loophole. I kind of. And we're here today. You can network. Meet people, and that's the importance of being here. So you could do your own visa and get an NOC, or just get to talk to. Just network. I know it's not easy, but I really do empathize with you. And I just want to tell you that the right places will open for you. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is John Henry. I have a simple question for Lisa.
Yes.
Usually, if you're in a situation whereby you don't have experience in the field, but you look at the job, like people read the job responsibilities and you feel like if some of your skills match this job, but you don't have any experience whatsoever. Now, from my own experience, I've been in a situation where I've applied to, in a day I applied to 200 jobs sometimes, yeah?
Okay.
But I don't have experience in that field. But I feel like if some of my skills can attach.
So what's the question?
Yeah, the question is, for you being a recruiter, I know that usually you need experience to get a job. Do you look at the skills and be like, okay, his CV is good, do I give him an opportunity? Or there's none of that at all? Because from my experience, I feel like if here in this country, people first of all look at experience before anything. Even before, I have a master's degree from the United Kingdom. People look at experience before they look at anything. So from your point of view, do you think that recruiters do it differently by looking at what's your skill? Because you talked about highlighting your skill a lot.
Okay, so let's let her respond.
All right. So to answer you on that one, you are talking about experience. Yes, experience is still applicable in this whole thing. We are not going to discard it and say that it's no longer relevant. It is very relevant. But we are saying, apart from the experience, what can you do? That's what most recruiters will be looking at. So you might have 10 years of experience as, I'll just give you maybe an example, maybe as an accountant. But what exactly can you do as an accountant? That's what we'll be looking at. Because remember, you're not the only accountant that is looking. There are thousands and thousands of accountants that are looking. But what sets you apart as an accountant that will attract the recruiter to look at you? That is the most important thing. So I don't know whether if I've answered you correctly. Experience, it's still relevant, but it's more about what can you do, your deliverables.
So let me refine the question a bit.
Yes.
I'm a job seeker. I see the JD. I believe I can get it done, but I don't have experience. What are my chances? I'm a journalist.
All right. Your chances are 0 to none. Let me be very honest with you. Because at the end of the day, as recruiters, when you do our screening and trying to find the possible match or the possible fit, we see if you do tick pretty much almost 7 out of 10. If you cross that barrier of 7 out of 10 of the ticks, then possibly there's a chance that we can look at you. But you have applied and maybe you've got 3 skills maybe on that and you haven't even reached half of the quota that is required. Trust me, we are not even going to.
So give us those 7 things or 10 things. Can you give me top 5 what you guys look out for?
So it all depends with what is the requirement from the job. So if it's technical, we look at the technical aspect, what is required. Do you have all those skills that are required? Then we look at possibly maybe if they've got a requirement, maybe of an industry specific, we look, have you got that exposure in those areas? So those are the things that we will be looking at. So it will be basically the technical skills, the basic requirements of your background, of your career summary, where you are coming from, and possibly main jobs lately, they look at age. Age is playing a huge factor. Most employers lately, if they see your age, you're above a certain specific gap, then they would go like, we don't really want. They want, not to discriminate anyone, but lately employers, they feel like that they want the middle age. So these are your 25 to your 35s, your 40s, 45s, 50s, going there, there's a little bit of hesitation in the market. So,
this is the right audience, right?
Yeah.
For that age.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So did I answer you correctly?
Just hold on. Let's take someone else.
Okay.
Someone who's not asked a question before.
Hi, good afternoon. Please, I'd like to stand up. My question is, as a recruiter, after my interview, let's say I have an interview and I'm done with it, and I have this feeling that I did well. Is it ideal to go on LinkedIn to connect with the person I had the interview with, and also send a message once the connection is accepted? And thank you for accepting the connection, and it was nice having an interview with you. Is it ideal to do that?
Well. All right, let me be very honest with you. I'm a recruiter, and if you are my candidate and you tend to do that, I feel that you have undermined my capability of representing you. Does that make sense? So you're going straight to the internal recruiter and you are actually showing your gratitude of the interview, everything. You're trying to be all nice and all good. But you are actually leaving me in a position whereby you are actually saying my recruiter is not capable of representing me in a way. So yes, you might have that chit chat, but remember, I'm the person who's actually having the most insights of getting you in there. So you need, if you're working with a professional, if you're working with an external recruiter, you need to give them that opportunity to trust that they will be able to deliver. Let them do the communication for you. There are certain specific reasons why we say, let us represent you. Because there are certain things that you might say to the employer that might turn them off. Whereas if I do it from a professional perspective, I will be able to handle that and actually get you in without any squabbles. So, yes.
I think you understood the question.
Not
She meant
I'm talking about
the actual literal.
you had had the interview, sending you a connection with LinkedIn, not the employer.
Oh, you are talking about the employer. All right, that's fine, that's great, because me and you, we are on the same team. So having a connection with your recruiter and even saying that thank you for this interview that you've done with me, there's nothing wrong with that, because we are a team. I'm representing you, and I'm representing your best interest as an employer. So me and you should be having a very good relationship. I should be knowing you in and out. That even if I'm asked a question by the employer to say, do you know so and so about this, I should be in a position to answer without even coming to you for that information. So it's a good thing to create a very good relationship with your recruiter. Yes, you're right.
Two more questions.
Yes.
And we benefit things like this from helping to believe us. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to come on, coming off this question. What's the take on certifications for certain
jobs, not something necessarily technical like tech driven, but let's say learning and development, some HR related, because maybe you have a CIPD or don't have a CIPD certification or a PMI certificate if you don't have a program or project management. Because I did have a chat with head of change and transformation in one of the multinational banks at the headquarters. And he doesn't have a CIPD, he doesn't have any of those HR related certifications. And actually looks down on them like they're just money-making ventures. But if you're applying for a role from an entry level or a mid-management level, there are questions of if you have no certifications, that puts you down or puts you over. So how do you work around that? Do you have to keep getting certifications and renewing it, assuming you have the work experience in that field but are not affiliated to any of these organizations?
Good question. Regarding that, I will answer you from my experience, my previous experience. There are quite a lot of people that I've placed in jobs that did not meet the requirements in terms of certifications. It has always been about the motivation that is done over and above. You sit down, you interview Mayowa, and she's not having one certificate that is required from the list that is being given. But you see that there's so much potential in Mayowa, and you see that she has got the confidence and the abilities to do the job. Then definitely me as a recruiter, I will step up and override that need of the certification with the employer, because this is about me bringing the best of you. So the certificate might not be there, it might be a requirement and you don't have it, and now it's my job to actually sell you without the certificate and using other things that you have got to get your head.
It's like you're dealing with an ATS system, and there's a thing, do you have the certification, yes or no? And so that strings you out
immediately.
Individual gets to have a conversation. So what?
Yes. There's nothing that you can do about that because ATSs are set like that. So if you actually on a system and you are putting no, the system will just bum you out like that. And unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done.
So if you like to get me that individual and say yes,
the only way that you can override that, this is some advice that I'm giving you right now. Most jobs that are advertised on LinkedIn, they are managed by ATSs. We all know that. And most recruiters that put those jobs on LinkedIn, 20% of those applications are read. The majority, they are not read. If you look at it, if a job is advertised on LinkedIn, within 10 minutes, there are over 200 applications. Who will sit down to look at those CVs? Who has time in the 8 hours of the day to go through one by one to see who has got this? So at the end of the day, if you are smart enough, get a professional to represent you. Don't waste your time applying there. Get a professional. Come here, Lisa, I've got this, I've seen this job on this. Can you go to that company and market me? You get it? So get a professional to assist you on that, because trust me, there was one guy who said, I applied 200 jobs in a day. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Get a professional to represent you. Get you out there in the market. I know it's not a one-day process where you get the job overnight. But trust me, 2-3 months down the line, if you have a professional who's knocking on each and every company saying, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, someone is going to branch in the organization into and you're going to get a job.
Final question.
In the beginning, to comply, to still know the women mindset.
Hi guys, my name is when you invite people for interviews, I think most recruiters in HR forget that these people are waiting for the feedback. do you think it's a
Salam alaikum.
I have friends that are always checking the emails every minute, waiting for feedback. Some people they tell them, okay, we'll get back to you in 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, the rest is nothing. Don't you think it's advisable or don't you think it's good for you to do your candidates?
I'm really quite happy to answer that because let me stand up. Because honestly speaking, if I can, recruiters and HR people, they tend to have a lot that will be going on in their own personal spaces. Remember, I've got you as a candidate to manage. You're not the only one. And there is clients to manage. There is other stakeholders or in the process that I'm trying to get through in the day to get. So if you find your recruiter or your HR person not giving you the feedback or whatever you need within that specific time that you are expecting, there is no harm in you just, if you've got them connected on a WhatsApp, just nudge them and say, hi, just to follow up. On a friendly reminder note, because I can tell you, we deal with tons and tons and tons of people and of work and of stakeholders that we need to manage. So sometimes managing feedback, it is an issue, not just for me alone, for all the experts in the industry. I know we are so behind in that space because we don't give feedback. And candidates will be waiting, trying to get their feedback, and they want to know whether have I made it or whether have I not. But the other thing that I will tell you is, if you don't get feedback within if you don't get feedback within, I would say you have interviews today, and after 2 days you haven't heard from me. That's because manage your own expectations there, and just know that I haven't heard from Lisa. This is 2 days I've gone for an interview, and surely, because if a client wants to hire you, they don't waste time. Trust me, by the time you'll be sitting in that interview with them, they'll be texting me, this is my person. By the time you walk out, I already know that you've got the job or not. So if you don't get a response within 2 days or so, just know that maybe Lisa's still fighting the battle behind back doors to try and get you in. So just kindly bear with them if you don't get that, so that you are not frustrated. And I know how it can be when you're in the job market. It can be very frustrating if you don't get feedback. But just kindly bear with all the experts out there and just manage your own expectations. Thank you very much. If you guys have got any questions and you need anything that you might need to know, you're more than welcome to get my details from Mayowa and I can be of assistance. If I get to 10 times not responding to you, please bear with me. Should I tell them?
All right, guys, who has had a great time? I'm not taking over Pretty's job, so not to worry. I lost myself for a second. But I just wanted to emphasize this 50% discount that we got. You guys, God works in amazing ways. This was not part of the deal. I met someone by chance, someone, top, went to his office for a separate thing. I was talking about this event, and he's like, okay, we'll give you 50% off to everyone who came. So the guys at Metropolitan School of Business and Management are gracefully and graciously given 50% discount on their short courses. Within a week, 50%, and they have courses as little as 200. So if you want to take advantage of that, you have a week to do it. You just need to scan that barcode and it takes you straight to the link. This is not a business, so don't say Mayowa is collecting money, please. These people are truly, truly giving this as support, right? So can we say thank you? Thank you. The representatives are here. So just scan the barcode. You want to say something? Why am I excited about what you want to say?
So this is actually an offer that I'm making to everybody that is in the job market and that is looking. And as long as you've been in this seminar, but if you were not, please don't bother. Because I'll definitely get your awards here. So if you want your CV to be looked into and worked into a way that it is going to be professional and presentable, and your LinkedIn profiles as well, I will actually be more than happy to have our consultants, so we've got a team of consultants that work on that, to assist so that yours can be revamped as well. And of course we do charge a fee, but for you guys that are all here, we are going to actually do it for free.
Thank you. That's a big surprise. I said I was going to be composed today, but I don't think I can be composed. Those who know, this event was almost cancelled as at 7 p.m. last night. It was looking like it's not going to happen. Backstory for another day. So for those of you who saw my post and were confused, don't worry, we'll share the story another day. But thank you. Another round of applause, please. That is amazing. That is amazing. I'm so grateful. So Pretty, I'll let you do your thing. I know I'm hungry too. Food is coming, but this opportunity doesn't come every day. I can tell you because I saw it as a problem, which is why I said I was going to do something about it. Since I've come to Dubai, I have not seen a gathering. I know that things will happen without me knowing. William is the chief networker of Dubai, and he will tell us, this doesn't happen every day, so please, take advantage. Take advantage. For me, this is not, like, I have put personal money to make this happen. So, I don't know what I'm getting, except fulfillment, that I'm doing something. This is a calling, this is purpose, this is not ordinary. I said lives will change, and I mean it. It's up to you to decide if yours will be one of those lives. The table is set. Dig in, pretty much. Thank you again, Lisa. So a few freebies, a few announcements. William is going to do a little thing and food time. So eat till you drop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to take any time from that. That was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, Ms. Nyarazo. Right now, please welcome on stage Mr. William Stenhouse, who's going to help me to pick some winners from this raffle. He's the founder of UAE Africa Networking Group. Round of applause. So if you still have a second to put your name here, if you don't have your names in the bowl. Did you all put our names? Okay, fine. So he's gonna quickly do the magic. Pick one name, pick two names, and then we'll announce the prize. Yes, we're giving away a free 1-hour business development session with Grace Marabe. She was here earlier. So the two winners are getting that. Okay, you already picked the first one. I hope your prayers are done.
William Stenhouse. I won. So, there you go.
Okay, so we have N. Obodun, dress room class. Weishi, congratulations! The gift is a free 1-hour business development session with Grace. Yes. Then another pick. Okay, the winner is it Beta? Irene Oji? Beta? Beta? I don't know. B-E-T-S-E? Oh, thank you so much. You also get a free 1-hour business development with Grace Marabe. So I'm not going to take any more time from this. This semester here is going to be encouraging us to network and not chill. Not Netflix and chill, eh? Network and not chill.
Okay. Hello, everyone. You ready to eat?
I'm in the way of you eating, so I'm not going to take much time. My name is William Stenhouse. I'm the founder of the UAE Africa Networking Group, based here in Dubai. We've been in existence for the last 6 years, and we're here for you. We are your community. Okay, I just wanted to let you guys know that. How many of you are looking for opportunities today? Raise your hand. Matter of fact, why don't you stand up if you're looking for opportunity? Lisa, please have a seat. Lisa, I need you to have a seat. You're not looking for an opportunity. Okay? Sorry. You have a seat there, right? Okay. Very good. So I'm going to give you 5 tips on how to find your opportunity. Are you ready? Excellent. Okay, you can sit back down. Now, what I need for the other folks who didn't stand up, if you have an opportunity, please stand up. If you have an opportunity, please stand up. So we're going to identify our audience. If you have an opportunity, please stand up. You have an opportunity? Okay. Excellent. If you have an opportunity, please stand up. So everybody looking for an opportunity, take note of who is standing up. So that concludes my presentation. I'm joking. Okay, real quick. Number 1, when you're looking for an opportunity and you come for networking, it's all about how you show up. How you show up. What does that mean? How you dress, how you speak, what's your energy level. Right? That's the first thing that anyone actually notices. So how have you shown up today? How have you shown up today? Tip number 1, body language also. Tip number 2, what is your 60-second commercial? What do you have to offer? What's your value proposition? What do you have to offer? What's your value proposition? And it's not just, I went to this school. What can you do? 60 seconds. Does attention spans and grades? Is your profile ready? Is your resume ready? If they ask you, do you have your resume? You should say, yes, it's ready. Can I send it to you now? Right? Listen to the opportunity. What is it that they need? And you should be asking, how can I help? So listen for the opportunity. Last but not least, follow up, follow up, follow up. Top 5 tips for networking. You ready to eat? Excellent. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. I know all we want to go and eat. Well, before I call Lady Mayowa for the closing remarks, we're going to have just a special announcement from Romeo, who is from Expert Insider, one of the sponsors of this event today.
Thank you. Hi everyone. So I know everyone is hungry. This is going to be very quick. Just for information of everyone, the Expats Insider, we are the behind of the visuals of today's event. So we're very happy to support Mayowa on her advocacy. And we are doing an event also this coming September. We called it the #WeHeist Awards, stands for Honoring Exceptional and Inspiring Succeeders. So last year we did it at Hyatt Regency, and we're doing it again. So last year, we only have one representative from the Africa, and that is Mr. William, for the Leadership Award. And I'm very happy to announce that this year, we're looking for more awardees coming from this community. So to know more about the information, you can just simply contact me. But let me show you a very short teaser of the awards night.
exciting opportunity. Please take advantage. Quick announcement, yes, food is coming. If you want something, if you want the photograph session, please, you need to be there to see Eli. What other announcement, Pretty? What other announcement am I missing? Who wants to come back again? When is the next one? Good question. Please stick around. So I thought to myself, the next one will be December. By the way, we started all of this early June. Literally, early June. I said, we'll give ourselves enough time, blah, blah, blah. But I've been advised that December is too far. Who wants December, or who wants before December? Before December. So what we'll do is just stick around. Please follow me on Instagram because that's where I'll most likely share. There we will announce our next edition and when it will happen. We have a feedback form, which is very important. I know that this was not perfect, okay? How can we improve? You are the one who will tell us. So please scan that. It takes you to a form. You can just scan it now, and on your way for lunch, you can fill it. If you have any questions, any comments, you can fill that in there, or you can reach out to myself or Kemi. You guys will know Kemi by now. And I'm supposed to do closing remarks, right? I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been here, everyone who's made it happen. So many people have made this happen. So many have said, Maya, what can I do? Oh, please, a round of applause to all the media guys.
They're all here to support. Please support them back by patronizing their business as well. This is coming back, by God's grace, bigger and better, and you never can tell. You just might be our next panelist. Suggestions, please reach out. Yeah, that's it. Let's go eat. Thank you. See you next time. And thank you, Pretty. Woo, girl.
Please don't talk about me on the feedback. This was my first MC gig, okay? I'm thankful it's all done. Please scan the QR code on the Metropolitan banner in front here. That's where you're going to get the 50% discount on the courses. We have a banner in front here. Please scan the QR code. Please scan the QR code on the screen. That's where you're going to give us your feedback, the QR code on your screen.